Good afternoon and welcome to the District of Sechelt Committee of the Whole meeting for Wednesday, March 24th, 2021. It's 3:01 p.m. I'm going to call the meeting to order and recognize that the District of Sechelt is located in the traditional territory of the Sechelt Nation. Just before we go for adoption of the agenda, I'm going to ask if any members of council have any conflicts that they want to declare. I see no hands. Is there anything anybody would like to add to the agenda? Otherwise, I'll look for a motion to adopt as presented. Moved, seconded, all those in favor? Okay, thank you very much. We have no items of new business. We do have more budget. So moving into 5.1, 2021 general and sewer capital requests. This was deferred from the March 10th Committee of the Whole meeting. Motion to receive the report. Moved, seconded, all those in favor? Thank you very much. Turn it over to Director Douglas.
Thank you, Chair Toth. So I have I'll jump into a PowerPoint presentation, but I'll probably go between that and the agenda as I'll share my screen and we can walk through the items. The first thing I want to say is this is an amended list from the previous meeting. There were some changes just due to things coming up. And so this is a new schedule, and I know already there'll be a few more changes before we get to the final version. Okay, so PowerPoint presentation. This is 2021 capital overview. I've broken this into, the areas that we budget for, meaning we have vehicles and then parks, community facilities, airport, information technology, drainage, roads, sidewalks, and then a total. And so this is kind of the highest view that you will see it in. And in this budget year, there's $22.278 million of capital projects that are in this list. Many of them you've seen before. Many of them are covered by grants or are under a grant application. And the way that it's being recommended to be funded at this point is capital reserves of 2.1 million, development cost charges and drainage of 267,000, development cost charges parks 298,000, development cost charges roads $1.8 million. Gas tax revenues or reserve 1.3 million, grants and contributions 11,600,000, BC Safe Restart grant 162. I'll pause here for a minute just so everybody is aware that the approvals at the last council meeting are not all in here yet. That will be one of the adjustments we will make between now and when you see the final list. It's a very short turnaround. This agenda had to be ready basically at the same time we were making decisions on the other list of BC Safe Restart items. MFA financing, 3,225,000. Public safety reserve, 360,000, public works yard reserve 835,000, and reserve for committed expenditures 104,000. So as on page 4 of your agenda, we start with the capital items. There's a 5-year table there. And the list the list that starts on page 4 and goes all the way through to page 8 of the agenda, out of all those pages, these are the only ones that have not been to council. So we have, I believe there's 13 capital projects on this list that have not been in front of council before. And most of them have been either approved or approved by way of motion to apply for a grant, which is where they end up in this list. Mayor Seegers.
So if you go back one page, so you got 2021 new, 13,051,469. And
Yes,
2021 total capital. Is that, are we assuming then that the difference, the 9,227,000 are carried forwards?
yes.
Okay. Thank you.
So on, so included in the package is we have the request forms for capital for every capital project that is in the list from pages 4 to 8. It also includes the carryover project, so that if we need to refresh ourselves on what the projects were, they are described in the package as well. So technically I was going to focus on the list of projects that you haven't seen before, but we will go through each one if that's the wish of the committee, or we can focus more on the ones that council has not seen.
I'm thinking at this point, we should go through the slide you've got up now through the new projects, and then we'll see if we've got questions at that point about anything else on the list.
Okay. So on page 10 of your agenda, there's a request form that describes the project. This is a utility vehicle for parks in the amount of $32,000. The utility vehicle is something like a Gator, or a smaller type vehicle that we can use on trails, and it will increase efficiencies within the Parks Department to have this vehicle, and that's why it's being recommended. This has been in the budget for a couple of years now, and they are really feeling that this would be a great assistance to them. On page 11, I'll just get out of this here. Okay, on page 11 is the vehicle unit replacement unit 40 for $60,000. This would be replacing a 12-year-old vehicle that may or may not pass its next inspection. We really feel that this vehicle is at the end of its useful life, and the priority here is imminent asset failure, and so this is high on our list. The next project, which I'll use project code number 90, is a trailer, utility 19 trailer. It's a tandem. This is an 18-year-old tandem trailer that hauls our excavator around. And we've had to do many repairs over the last year to keep this vehicle, or the trailer, on the road and able to do its duties. Once again, the project priority here would be asset deterioration, and we feel it's at that level, it needs to be replaced. The next project up is project number 91. It's a vehicle replace unit number 33. This vehicle is 14 years old. and again, very near the end of its useful life. The project priority here is high, as we feel that the current vehicle will potentially see imminent asset failure. The next item is vehicle replace unit number 47. Unit 47 is 12 years old, and I'm not sure if it was this one or one of the ones higher. We deferred from last year to this year, and I think it was this one. And once again, we've had to do numerous repairs to keep this vehicle on the road this year, and we're concerned that it would pass inspection for next year, but we also feel this one's at the end of its useful life.
Mayor Segers, did you have a question about this particular item?
Just the funding sources of these, they all indicate capital reserve. So is this coming from the funds that we set aside each year for capital?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
So the next item is on agenda page 16, and it is the Suncoaster Trail. This one has been in the planning works for some time. 16, hang on a second. Yes, I know the Parks Department has been assisting with this endeavor for a number of years, and now we're at a point where we want to move forward in developing of the Suncoaster Trail in and around the Sechelt area, and we feel this is a good time to be doing this. The funding source is split here between development cost charges and gas tax reserve, even split of 112,500. The next one is project 7441, and that would be on page 18 of your agenda. Now, this project, I've got it highlighted in yellow. We have included a big part of this in a grant application. Originally, we put it in the budget, and then we were going to find a grant, to help pay for the $250,000 project. However, we found a grant that potentially could pay for all of this 100% funding. We had not heard prior to whether we got that grant, so we wanted to keep this project in the budget in case we don't get the grant. Then we want to be able to fund this project this year. We've asked staff, senior management has asked staff to come up with the park staff to come up with plans to rejuvenate the parks in the parks equipment in all of our parks. So this should be a common theme that we're going to be seeing over the next number of years, is upgrading the fitness or playground equipment in each park. And Hackett Park is our main park that we use in town, and so this is why this one's here first.
Councillor McLean, do you have a question about this particular item?
Yeah, the Hackett Park.
Go ahead.
So I just want to clarify the funding source. So you said that we had applied for a grant and we haven't heard back. Is that correct? And we're looking to include this from capital reserves in case we don't get the grant?
Correct.
Okay. And then second part,
Right.
Given that we're also doing the stage in the lower side of Hackett Park, are we looking at any kind of redesign of the park and how stuff flows in there? or are we essentially looking at put a new playground on top of the old playground? I'm just thinking, since we're doing so much work, a new vision for the park and reallocating where everything is in there could be a big opportunity.
I will answer that question. Yeah, so through the chair, to answer Councillor McLean's question, there is, we have been successful. It's in some grants, they haven't been announced publicly yet, I don't believe, or have they? Director Douglas, have they been announced? So there is some stuff coming in that way, and we've also applied for a Healthy Communities Initiative grant for the amphitheater portion. So if we're successful with that, it would have fund a amphitheater. So there is some improvements coming to Hackett Park, and perhaps an amphitheater as well if we were successful with the Healthy Communities Initiative grant funding application.
Thank you, Director Dillon. Councillor McLean, did you have anything more on that item? Or?
Just following up on my question about, is there a larger plan, kind of putting all these projects together and rethinking how Hackett Park is set up, or is it essentially putting stuff on top of existing items?
I believe the plans would be just to put them within the existing footprint of the park, so not a full reimagining of the park, or moving moving playgrounds to different locations, just kind of building on what's there and trying to insert things. We already have funding for the stage, so that would go where the existing portable stage used to be erected. Obviously, there's a natural hill there where kind of the ground profile drops off towards the stage. So if we were to put an amphitheater, we would utilize that existing hill to build it into that. So just trying to work with the existing landscape that's there.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you very much. I don't see any other hands. So Director Douglas.
Thank you. On the next item, which is project 7442, which is lighting and welcome sign. This is a project that's been in our queue for a number of years. We had applied for a grant for this as well. Once again, if we had been successful, we would have dropped this off of here. However, we do know that we did not get that part of the grant for sure. And that full grant has not been publicly let out yet, but we do know this portion would not be included. So that's on page 19 of your agenda. And yeah, this is to install LED lighting that would just light up our welcome sign into Seashell. The next project is one that has changed from the previous meeting to this meeting. And this one is on page 25 of the agenda. It is project number 2442. Sorry, just trying to get to page 25. And this project is to enact some energy efficiency upgrades to the Justice Building and the district office. We have software that runs our heating and cooling system here and at the Justice Building. And the software is out of, or is not being supported any longer in its current version. So this would be having a group come up and install the software here or at the district office as well as the Justice Building. And it should create significant savings to energy costs. And so we are looking forward to this project.
I've got a quick question on this one. Given that most software is moving to the software as a subscription service model. Is that something that this would fall under as well? And is there any operational budget increases required to cover that off, or is it anticipated that the savings can offset that cost?
Well, I'm gonna say both, but yes, there is in the budget already to cover the annual software cost.
Okay. Thank you. Councillor McLean?
Yeah, just trying to break down this project. This kind of seems like 3 separate projects included in it. So if you could just confirm. One is efficiency upgrades at the Justice Services Building.
Yes,
2 would be controls at the Justice Service Building.
yes,
And then 3 is controls at the District Seashell offices.
correct.
Okay, so with the controls, it looks like we're trying to go to a similar system for both of those. I'm assuming we could also do a similar system for the operations center and then have central control over our 3 major facilities.
I will say yes, for sure.
Okay, and then if the chair will permit, one more question.
Go for it.
So just looking at the funding source, which is the public safety reserve. So this is something normally we reserve for police operations. Originally, it's money that we meant to fund the RCMP.
Yes.
So am I right with funding improvements to the Justice Services Building with that money? But looking at funding improvements to Town Hall, that raises a little bit of a flag. So maybe if we could look at some kind of split funding for this project, it'd be a little bit better in my books.
Thank you for
Okay.
that.
I'll take that comment into consideration. Okay, the next project, oops, hang on. The next project on the list would be 2444. And it is agenda page 26. I believe this project has also been on our list for a couple of years. This one is specifically art walls for Seaside Center. With one of our grants, this was one of the projects we were considering applying for, but it didn't, it was the tourism one. And by the time we got to art walls, we had used up all the, that grant application capped out at $1 million. So we didn't have enough room to continue down the list further at this point. So this one does not, we have not applied for a grant for this one. And so we are hoping that we can fund it this year through.
And I see I've got speakers. Oh, I see I've got a speakers list on this one already. So Mayor Seegers.
Thank you. On page 26, for this item, it also talks about electrical upgrade for the sound system. $23,000 for the art walls and the upgrade to the electrical system sounds a little light. Or is this just the art walls at this point?
Well, it is described as both art walls and electrical upgrade. So I'd say it have to be both.
I suppose it depends on the scope of the work for that electrical upgrade. You know, if it's just adding a couple circuits, it's not going to add much to the cost of things.
Yeah, I mean, I would think that's what it is because it's, you know, the sound system doesn't take, you know, a ton of extra power.
Mayor Seegers, did you have anything further? Or?
I mean, I know that the sound system in there does not provide the service that we need it to make that building fully functional. So if we're going to do any work in there, we might as well do it right. So I'd like to see what the scope of this is and to ensure that we actually are doing what we need to do.
Okay, so I will right here to review the scope and come back at the next time we provide capital.
That's the biggest complaint we get about that facility, is you can't hear. I mean, I know we did a strategic planning session in there, and there were only, what, 10 of us, maybe, or 12 of us, and we had to use a sound system. So you have to use a sound system. What's there is not adequate.
And I see that Ms. Rogers has appeared and unmuted herself, so I don't know if you wanted to add anything.
Yeah, I don't know if this is helpful at all, but in the business case for our facilities, the art walls are identified at $20,000, and it's for the sound system. What is requested is an upgrade to the power unit for the sound system. We did have somebody come in and look at our sound system with an eye to maybe we need to rip all of this out, and the advice we received was, no, you don't. You need a new power unit, and the new power unit was estimated at $1,700.
Okay, so it's upgrade to the sound equipment, not the infrastructure of the building itself.
Correct.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor McLean.
Yeah, just similar comments to the mayor. My biggest concern with Seaside is the sound quality. So looking at improvements to the speaker system would be ideal. That would be my priority. But also some kind of baffling system, something that will cut down in the echoes in there, because it's kind of twofold. One is we're not loud enough, and two is when you get a sound, it just echoes around everywhere. So that would be my priority for Seaside.
And there may be an opportunity, if we look at sound baffling, that COVID restart funding can help with some of that. So just some thoughts there for Director Douglas. Go ahead.
If I may, both the sound system at the district office and council chambers and the Seaside Center will be looked at. And if there's upgrades to that, it'll come back in a report, and we would be looking at the reopening COVID funds to cover that.
Thank you. I don't see any other hands, so carry on.
So the next one that's on the project list is 7875, and it's on page 32 of the agenda. And there will be a minor adjustment to this one as well. So this is continued hardware upgrades to our infrastructure here for IT purposes. And we did get approval last year to spend upwards of $40,000 to improve the desktop units and things like that. So we'll be pulling that out of this number. So we'll be pulling 40,000 out and just carrying a $35,000 number. We have to buy some more memory that we are starting to really get reduced on the memory that we have in house. So we need to, and that's a $20,000 item. And then a disaster recovery we're working on as well. The next item on this list is project number 7675, paving program. And it is on page 38 of the agenda. Now, last year we didn't do a paving program, and we talked about it when we took it out of the budget and said that we would try and do additional work this year. So this is an elevated budget to what we've done in previous years. And once again, this is a split funding from gas tax reserve and capital reserve. And we have a number of roads that we have listed here. A couple of the roads that we've listed could also be included in a grant we've applied for. And so if that happens, we would just keep going down the list that from our report, from the McElhaney report, and capture other roads that need to be done. So there's there are balls in the air right now with regards to what we're going to get grants for and what things we need to fund internally. And so we would report back to council on which roads we would do if we end up getting the grant money, and we would do that prior to doing these other roads within this budget. Does that make sense for everybody? Okay, thank you.
Just as a quick question on this one, if we are successful with grant money on some of the projects that we've got, or some of the road sections we've got listed here, do staff already know sort of what the B list of projects would be? I assume based on that McElhaney report, but I'm just wondering if we've got a short list of the sort of next batch.
I don't have it today, but we will certainly have it for the next time we meet on capital.
Director Dillon, I see you've unmuted.
Well, I was going to add that the McElhaney report's probably has been around for a while now, and so what I anticipate is going to happen is we'll do a road condition assessment of the entire network again, and come up with a new pavement management strategy based on that.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, then the next project that I've got listed here is Hackett Park Amphitheater, project 7443. There isn't a request form in there. We had a deadline last week that we applied for, I think it's a Healthy Community Grant for $245,000. Yep, we did get it in, and it is also 100% funding for that project.
Councillor McLean.
No, I didn't believe we saw that one at the council table. So I'm just wondering if we could, and we don't have a written report for it. So is there a possibility of just describing what it looks like a little bit more and what we're thinking?
Absolutely. Director Dillon, are you there?
Yes, hello. Excuse me, Councillor McLean, could you please repeat the question?
Basically, just to paraphrase Councillor McLean, just because we haven't seen the Hackett Park Amphitheater proposal in any form so far, could you just give us a brief rundown on what you're looking to do there?
Well, right now we're at the conceptual stage. So what's envisioned is a tiered amphitheater, mostly made out of combination of concrete and soil. If we're successful with the Healthy Communities Initiative, coupled with other grant funding that we have been recently announced as being successful for, we might be able to develop some lighting options for the amphitheater. It's all got to go through a community engagement process as well as a preliminary design process. So I wish I could give you a conceptual rendering of that now, but we're not quite at that stage. All we are at is that we know the scope of it's going to be tiered, and it's got to be COVID friendly. So that's going to put some limitations on spacing and how many tiers we can actually put in. So I think our early concepts we're having around 3 tiers that would be set into the natural slope that's there.
Okay, thank you. Councillor McLean, was that sufficient, or did you have any other questions about that?
No, I think that'll do for now. I'm looking forward to seeing more about this project because, like I said, with that and the playground and the adult fitness equipment and the stage, Hackett Park's going to be a new park.
going to be a very different park than I remembered as a kid, that's for sure. Councillor Lamb.
I just wondering who's spearheading this? Is it the engineering department or is it Parks or who's taking this one on?
Yes, to answer that question through your chair, Toth, that would be headed by the engineering and operations department with Parks and communications being stakeholders in the project, as well as other external stakeholders. So we will be looking to do that. And as will be discussed further along in the agenda, we are asked, there's many other projects that are going to come through because of grant funding submissions that we've been successful for. So we are looking for some support for project management to get these through. But in the meantime, we're preparing some requests for proposals for additional project support as well. But we will be managing that one.
Councillor Lamb, did you have a follow-up or?
No, I'm good.
Okay. That's the end of the new general projects list. Councillors, do you have any questions from that list that you may not have asked while we were going through it?
If I could just interrupt for a second.
Oh, for sure.
There was one other project that came up last week. I didn't have time to put it all in here, but we have a leaking roof at the RCMP station. And we had a consultant give us a rundown on the condition of that. And we received it I think it was last Wednesday or Tuesday. And on page 5 of your agenda, which is just the listing of projects, we have added their roof replacement for the RCMP building in the amount of $200,000. Now this roof area we're having a problem with is the steel roof area. There was the bigger portion of the roof was replaced 2 or 3 years ago, and this is a smaller portion that's it's raised up a little bit, and we're getting leaking right into the office, and the roof portion needs to be replaced this year. The funding source for that is the public safety reserve as well.
Okay, thank you. Councillor McLean.
Yeah, I'm not sure it's a new project, but since it's on the slide that's presented, I'm going to ask a question on it now, which is the Suncoaster Trail Phase 2. I understand that we weren't able to get access to some privately owned land for that. And it mentions in the report on page 16 that we're going to have to add a couple of significant bridges. Are these bridges a result of the realignment, or were these expected throughout, or anyways?
That's a great question. Who would like to answer that question for Councillor McLean?
I know I'm unable to answer that question.
Thank you, Director Douglas. Director Dillon, do you know the answer to that offhand, or will we look forward to a follow-up email later?
I'll discuss this with the Parks Department and follow up.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Councillor Lamb. You're muted.
They're lucky. Yeah, I was just wanted to go back to the tandem trailer, $50,000. Is that, how big an excavator do we move with that? Is that like a 50 size or 35 size? Do we know?
I'm not sure myself. I have to.
Another one we may not have an answer to right now.
Yeah. And that would be like, it wouldn't be a tridem, it would be a double axle, it'd be a two axle trailer with tandem wheels on each side, I would imagine. Anyways, I'm getting a little technical, but that's good.
All right. Counselor Scott,
Unit 40 was on our budget last year for replacement. It was at 95,000 last year. I'm guessing we never followed through with that purchase. And now we're going to redirect that truck to a different department.
You say unit 40?
Yeah.
So we are replacing unit 40, which will end up in as a parts vehicle.
Okay, but it was also on our budget last year for replacement. I thought it did pass, but I guess we never followed through with it.
So we did pull back at least one vehicle last year that was on the original list.
Okay.
Thank you, Counselor Scott. You made me think of a question that I had regarding Unit 47 for $110,000. I'm just wondering sort of what size of vehicle that is compared to, 60,000 or whatever that we normally spend on our vehicles.
So this one acts as a plow as well. So it would be one of our bigger, give me a minute, I can go pick up the asset list and get the number, what the description is on that vehicle.
Okay. Are there any other questions? You are still screen sharing, Director Douglas, just to warn you.
Thank you, sir.
Councilors, did you have any other questions about the Mayor Seegers?
Thank you. I had a question on page 4 in our package. This is the spreadsheet, attachment 1. It talks about the tourism dependent communities, multiple projects. So has that been awarded yet? If it has, it may be awarded but not announced yet.
That's correct.
Okay, so we do know that we are going to be getting some money for some of those projects, but not public yet.
That's correct.
Do we know when those are going to be public?
Not yet, but it's one of those, we're in that zone that we know we're getting some funding and we can't really say too much about it yet.
So all of this supposedly, hopefully will be sorted by the time we start saying, yes, we're going to move forward with this project or not, because we have funding for it.
Correct.
Okay.
And Director Douglas, I just wanted to know, did you have more in this slide package, or should we start looking at the spreadsheet for questions?
Sure, if we wanted to go to the spreadsheet.
I'm thinking attachment 1 specifically, which is the general capital plan.
Sure. That would be a great place to go. Do you want me to put it on the screen?
I don't know that that's necessary. We've got it in our agenda packages, and
That's fine.
the bigger we can make it on our own screens, the better. So,
Okay, meanwhile, I'll hunt for the description on that vehicle.
okay, thank you. So we're looking at attachment 1 from item 5.1, and that's pages 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. Councillor McLean.
Well, Director Douglas does this. Hopefully I can get a question for Director of Engineering. The Marine Way Wall, I believe this has been a project for 4 years, and it was posed as an emergency concern. Are we making any progress here? Can we take it off the list at some point?
Director
I
Dillon.
think I came here, I looked at it, and there were some options presented, and I want to pursue different options. So we'll need to work with an engineer to do that. I think the option that was being proposed was to use some sort of a wire mesh wall. The residents in the area are not very receptive to that as a potential solution, citing concerns over property values. So we're going to determine if there's another method we can use there. And if there's no issue there, we could take it off in the future years, but for now, we're going to keep on looking at other options.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Seegers. You're muted.
I clicked it, it didn't work. For Director Dillon as well, a Wakefield Road culvert replacement. Again, this came forward as an emergency project. I don't remember the year. I know it's been carried forward a number of times. So I'm wondering, I think in the information that was provided, it said something about being tendered right about now or something. So I'm wondering, has it been tendered? If not, by when it will be?
So Wakefield Road has not been tendered. I can't speak to why it hasn't been tendered for the last 4 years. I can only guess that internal capacity was maybe part of the issue there. Now that we have a few more staff members and hopefully with council support, we will have additional resources. We can get this thing moving. Right now, we're working on securing qualified source lists for consultants and project managers so we can have quicker turnarounds around getting the design teams to do this work. So yeah, we have a lot of carryovers left over. I'm well aware of that. There's a lot to get through, and we'll be ramping up this year.
I seem to recall this project actually predates this council, but the budget initially put aside for it wasn't enough. And I think in 2019, we approved some more money for it. But yeah, it'll be nice to get that moving forward because the road through there is in pretty terrible shape.
Okay.
Director Douglas?
Yeah, the vehicle is a Ford 450 and it would be fitted with a plow and I would think a box as well.
Okay, thank you. Mayor Seegers.
Thank you. Another one is the Trail Avenue construction anchor to Turnstone. Sorry, I'm just finding it on here. Anchor to Turnstone. It's on page 7. It's the last item in this year with 7473. Talks about $45,000 as grants and then development cost charges, drainage, etc. But where is this grant money coming from? Or is this carried over from the current project so that we can actually do some of the prep for the next one?
So this is a multi-year project. And when we put this budget together, we knew that even if we were awarded the grant today or in the near future, we would probably only get to the point of starting the project, and majority of the project is budgeted for next year. So the 45 is really part of the grant that we've applied for, moved into this year. Because if it comes late and it's if it times out like we think, it's going to be one of those projects we're going to pick up once we've done some other projects.
And this would allow for the project to start design work and what have you near the end of the year without having to wait for next year's budget.
Yeah, I believe most of the design is done on this one. And so it's just bringing some of the money into this year so that we can start going on the project this year. Majority of the project is budgeted for next year.
Okay, so I guess the question is, how can we spend grant money we don't even know we're going to get yet?
Well, we won't, because this project won't go ahead at all if we don't get the grant.
But it's indicating in here grants and contributions 45,000. Is that so? I'm looking at this project. When we initially did this project, I believe we designed the whole thing.
We did.
From Toreto up to Reef Road. And then we applied for a grant, we got the grant, went out to the community, and did the RFP, and the cost came in a lot higher. So we shortened down the project because we wanted to put the quality in that we wanted, that the community wanted. So I don't know what design work needs to be done. Like, I don't know, is this still part of the old grant that is now being put towards bringing this project up? Or because otherwise we have to put in taxation or capital reserve or something. If we don't have a grant, we can't put grant in as the funding option in our budget.
Right. This grant is a majority grant. Like, this is not the split is is less on this grant. So the thing that's confusing is that it's a multi-year project, and maybe that's the reason it's confused.
Okay,
The presentation is confusing.
okay,
So it's just that I've taken the project and divided it over 3 years. Right, so the majority of the work would be done next year. Some would maybe started this year and then would end in the following year. And so all I've really done is the grant application we put in, I've just split it over 3 years.
so what you're saying is this project won't go ahead unless we get that grant?
Correct.
Okay, okay.
And we've had other projects in the past couple of years that looked like that too.
Mhm.
Wakefield Lift Station, I believe, was in last year's budget as a grant project. And I
Correct.
think we asked for a bullet to be added at the bottom saying that a financial plan amendment was going to be needed if we weren't successful on that grant application, if I'm correct.
That's correct.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Council, any other questions on Mayor Seegers?
Bottom page 7, pathway improvement to the Trail Bay Boulevard. That's another one we're waiting for grant information back. We haven't heard on that one yet, correct?
Yes, Your Worship, I believe there hasn't been a formal announcement made on that grant yet.
And do we anticipate hearing about this one before budget? Because I think this is a project we want to see move forward. If we're waiting on the grant, we would need to put some other option in for funding if we actually do want to make it move forward. So again, another one to follow up, I guess.
If any of these we get denied that we want to move forward on the projects, then we would come back with another formal report and have the funding sources changed and then do an amendment bylaw to the 5-year financial plan.
Okay, so in this case, grants and contributions would have to come from some other source.
Correct.
So that would be reserves, because we can't tax at that point anymore because we've already been past that.
That's correct.
Okay. All right, good. I think that's all my questions on these ones. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor McLean.
Yeah. Firstly, I just want to commend staff in putting a very good multi-year budget in. In the past, I felt like it's more 1-year focused. So there's some really good projects that are outside of the 2021 kind of time frame. So I'm just going to ask a quick question on a couple of those. So going to sidewalks, page 8. I just want to flag for the Davis Bay Community Association, we have Highway 101 in 2022 and Bay Road in 2023. I think those would be greatly appreciated by the Davis Bay community. But I wanted to ask a question about the Mason Road walkway bike lane, Norvan to Highway 101, gas taxed $100,000 in 2022. Was this not included in the active transportation grants? Was that a duplicate item?
Which one was that again, Councillor?
Mason Road walkway. It's the third one on the list on page 8. It's $100,000 from gas tax reserve is what it's showing right now.
Just a quick question to Director Dillon. Was that one included in the grant application?
Yeah, it was included in the grant application.
Okay.
But this, I think what happens sometimes with these projects that get listed is, you know, we put in money for the design work anyways, and if we are, and then grants come, these grant programs come up later through the year, and so we apply for them. And so if we are successful on these grants for projects we've already identified in our 5-year capital plan, then we would not be spending that gas tax money. That would go back into the gas tax fund reserve, and we would reallocate that to another project. And quite often that will happen if we have a particular project that was identified in a 5-year capital program and a grant opportunity comes up to fund that, then we would use the grant funding opportunity and apply for that and reallocate the savings from the gas tax to some other project that's needed.
I guess this at least gives the community certainty that one way or another, this particular project will be moving forward, whether it's grant funding this year, whether it's gas tax funding next year, it is going to get done.
Yes.
Councillor McLean?
Yeah, thanks for that answer. Another sidewalk question. Same list, halfway down, Trail Avenue sidewalk, Turnstone to Pinnacle. I believe we have a sidewalk through this stretch on the north side. So this would be a south side sidewalk.
I'd have to get specifics on that particular one and let you know which sidewalk it is in particular. So obviously some follow up I have to do there.
Yep, but otherwise the sidewalk list looks really good. I appreciate seeing these sidewalks included.
I just wanted to say thank you both to councillors and also our staff for referencing page numbers when you're referring to items here. You know, the project codes are helpful, but these spreadsheets are rather large. So at least knowing what page we're starting our search on, and especially for the public following along at home with their magnifying glasses, it comes in really handy. So were there any more questions on this first attachment before we move on to sewer? Councillor Rowe, Councillor Kuster, haven't heard from either of you yet. Councillor Rowe?
I did have my hand up once, but you ignored me.
Oh, my apologies.
That's okay. Just for my own clarity and maybe for the public, for Director Douglas. So process-wise, once we apply for a grant, whether we know we get it or not, we have to show it in our plan, right? Is that correct? Do I
Once
understand
we
that right?
once we apply, it shows up in our list.
Okay,
Yes.
all right. That was it. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Rowe. Councillor Kuster, did you have any questions in here? No? Okay. I don't see any other hands up, so let's move on to the capital plan for sewer. I guess we're looking at attachment 3.
Yes, I'm going to share my screen again.
Go ahead.
So, whoops. So once again, this is high level. Sewer projects, we are classifying them under sewer, regular sewer, and then septage projects. So we're looking at $2.1 million of sewer projects and then septage projects of $678,000, total of $2.8 million. The recommended funding in the plan right now would be development cost charges $252,000, gas tax reserve $171,000, grants and contributions $638,000, MFA financing $350,000, septage reserve $650,000, sewer capital reserve $217,000, and sewer user fees of $587,000. So the new items that are listed here, and if we go to page 51 of the agenda, project 2338, additional membranes. This is, and I just have to catch up on my, go to page 51. So this is a project that's been was in the budget last year. We're in, I'm not sure if Christine would like to discuss this. But we've been doing trials at the treatment plant, and we are, one of the options was for us to add additional membranes to the treatment plant if needed. And so this is, if the trials aren't going the way we expected, we would have expected to add membranes. And so last year we budgeted $96,000 to add membranes, and this year we're budgeting for another 96,000. To date, we haven't had to add those membranes, but we still are unsure whether we will have to or not. So we need to budget for this because this may have to happen. And if it happens, if it needs to happen, it'll happen late this year. I don't know if Christine, did you want to speak more to that?
Thank you, Director Douglas. You described that great. That was it. We just have to be ready. This a more accurate title for this one would have been UF replacement. I mixed up the titles in here when I passed that on to you. This is to cover the replacement of some of the membranes if we have to upgrade. If that's a choice we make for dealing with the flows, the bottleneck.
Councillor McLean.
So I do note that the UF membrane upgrade is a eligible DCC expense. So the question is, are these upgrades related to growth, or are they simply replacement? Because it wasn't quite clear in the report.
Is that for me?
If you'd like to answer the question, go for it.
Yes, Councillor McLean and Chairman Toth, thank you for that. They're not due to growth. And so if you see down a little bit farther in that spreadsheet, it does talk about the development cost charges for that, for growth. But the two other areas here that we're discussing are the additional membrane filters and the ultrafiltration unit replacement. One of them is to replace some of the filters that we have existing. And the other one is if we need to max out on the existing skids we have to accommodate for our flow at this time.
Okay.
Okay, so DCC funding wouldn't be appropriate because it is general maintenance. Thanks.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Okay, so the next project is project 2348 on page 53 of the agenda package. And it is the chemical storage facility. When the facility was built, the chemical storage facility area wasn't included, and it is one of those items that we're getting to the point where we need to do. We're recommending this to be funded from MFA financing. And it needs to have some special things built into it for spill containment and other related chemical handling safety precautions.
Councillor McLean.
Thank you. So this one's for Director Douglas. When you say it's MFA financing, so that's essentially we will get a loan for it. The question is, how do we pay off that loan? Will that come from sewer fees or will that come from general taxation?
That will come from sewer fees.
Excellent. Thank you.
Do we know offhand, do we know approximately what the annual financing cost will be for that?
Currently, the interest for 2021 is included in the budget, but we won't need to make a principal payment for till 2021. But
2022.
Sorry, 2022. Sorry, but the annual principal payment would be $70,000.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so the next one on the list is project 2349, agenda page number 54. And this is for ultrification unit replacement. Christine, would you want to walk us through that?
Thank you, Director Douglas. This again goes hand in hand with the additional membranes. And again, these titles are switched around. The ultrification unit replacement, ultrafiltration unit replacement, is to completely fill up those skids. Right now we run 2 skids and we have 29 on each side. We have the capability of having 30 in total extra cartridges that would increase our flow through there. And this is to, if required, to build up those the filter skids so that they're running at their maximum, if it's required.
So I guess to follow up on Councillor McLean's question from the other one, and this is perhaps for Director Douglas, is if this is indeed growth related, adding these additional filters on, are they eligible for DCC?
If it is growth related, yes, it is an item listed in our DCC bylaw.
Okay.
However, I'm still not thinking this one is growth related. Is that right, Christine?
That's what we're guessing. We have had an issue with the from commissioning with the filters being a bottleneck for our required flow through the plant when it increases, just with weather.
Okay.
Or when we need to be able to increase the flow through the plant to accommodate for inflow coming in.
I think where Councillor McLean and I are both getting caught up is it specifies in here deemed necessary by an increase in flows. And so that's not necessarily growth related, that could be infiltration related. And unfortunately, infiltration doesn't pay DCCs. Mayor Seegers.
Thank you. I'm looking at page 46 on our spreadsheets. When I notice on the screen that we're seeing in front of us, there's numbers. So it says additional membrane filters, 192,000. And then sewer user fees, 2021 new request, 96,000. So on our sheets here, it only has the $96,000. It doesn't have the 192. And the same with those other numbers below that, 350, you know, the 10,000, in particular when it comes down to maintenance hole replacement, 460,000, a new request of 150. So just some clarity of where are those other numbers? Should they be on here as carry forwards, or why are they even there then?
Sorry, I'm trying to find where you are on the spreadsheet.
Okay, page 46.
Yeah.
If you go down to 2338, additional membrane filters,
Okay.
it shows 96,000 2020 budget.
Yep.
96,000 2021, and then 96,000 2021, sorry. So we've got, and then 2021 is 96,000. So, but on here we're showing 192,000.
Yeah. Okay. So if you look at page 46.
Yeah.
And you just go to the far left, and it gives you your project number of 2338.
Okay.
And then additional membranes, and then the first number is the
Project
project total of
total,
192. And
Okay.
you go under the carry forward column, it says $96,000 carried over from 2020.
Mhm.
And then we need a new $96,000.
I think where the confusion comes is it's showing 96,000 in both sewer user fees and sewer capital reserves, but it didn't show the 2020 requisition going into reserves. Is that perhaps where?
No, because if you go over to the right, so you've got project total, yes. But previously on all of these spreadsheets, we'd have the 2020 budget, 2020 year to date, and 2020 carried forward to 2021. There's nothing showing in that column that it's carried forward where we saw carry forwards. I mean, if you look up above on here, Wakefield Lift Station carried forward 638,520, right? So are these carried forward or are they not carried forward? In some cases, I think some are.
Well, in this
Some cases
case,
they aren't.
yes, in this case, 96,000 is carried forward.
Mhm.
And 96,000 is new funding, which creates the 192,000 total.
Right. So you look down to lift station telemetry, the
Yeah.
SCADA, 122,000, sewer user fees, 61.
Yeah.
Okay, so you're doing 61,000 and 61 in 2022. Okay.
It's showing each year's individual
Okay.
requisition in there. And in fact, that
2200.
96,000 with 23, sorry, I don't have the project number handy, 2338.
Yeah.
You see the $96,000 and then the line immediately below it is also $96,000 from reserve,
Okay.
which I'm understanding to be that the 2020 requisition went into reserve.
Correct.
Okay. right.
Councillor McLean?
Yeah, so just a process question on this one. Why is it split between user fees and reserve? Don't capital projects typically come out of reserve and then user fees are increased to cover the reserve?
That's how it was done, has been done here, right? But so what you're doing is you're taxing to move a number into the capital reserve, and then you're spending the capital reserve. And you know, when it comes to user fees, I felt it was more clear that we're taxing, or we're going to be charging user fees in the current year to cover these current years of capital expenses. And so, you know, so from last year to this year, you know, I've been trying to be very clear of what is funding what project. So if we need to elevate user fees to cover capital, that this is telling the public that, right? And so if I just listed here all these as capital reserve, some people may not understand, well, why, if you're funding all this from capital reserve, why is the fees going up to the degree that it is? But what you're really doing is you're taxing for you're increasing your user fees to make a transfer to the capital reserve, and then you're funding everything from a capital reserve. It's almost like a two-step process versus I'm trying to go from, make it a one step. You're going from this capital needs to be funded from user fees.
Okay, I'm following you.
I've got a question for Christine, assuming Councillor McLean is done. Okay. What is the lifespan of the membrane filters ideally? I mean, we've been running, I assume, the original set since we opened the plant, but that doesn't necessarily mean we should have been running them this long.
It depends. It does depend, but around 7 to 12 years.
Okay, so then I guess the question for follow-up question for Director Douglas is that rather than doing this over the course of 1 or 2 years, ideally we'd be looking at putting away $15,000 a year towards doing this project every 7 years. Correct?
Correct.
Yeah, we're just playing catch up. So now we have to fund it all in a very short time span. Okay.
Yes.
Okay, I don't see any more hands. If you want to carry on with the new capital list.
Okay. Maybe somebody can remind me where we were.
I think we were on project 2345, which is the spare VFD.
2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. Maybe if Christine, you could walk us through the rest of these.
Okay, Director Douglas, thank you.
Thank you.
The spare VFD for the influent wet well pumps. There's 3 pumps that we have and that run, this is the drive that runs the pumps. And we're pretty dependent on all 3 pumps. We notice it if we have one down because occasionally we have to send one out for repair. And the variable frequency drives, they do fail. And if one fails, then that's a rather large expense that we'll have to take out of our budget. So we just like to have one as a spare. We feel it's important. Any questions about that one?
I'm not seeing any hands, so I think we can go ahead and move on to the next one.
Okay, the next one is project 2347 lift station telemetry. It's on agenda page 56.
This project's important to tie our lift stations into our SCADA system so that we're able to read the control parameters there, such as pumps and flows and levels that come through. When you can keep an eye on them too, it also saves time in call outs and maintenance. Like right now, someone goes out and checks those lift stations every day, and it takes up a lot of our operators' time for that. And sometimes, and a lot of our call outs, the call outs that we've had in the past had been mostly for the plant, but the plant's we're in a good place with the plant right now. And a lot of our call outs are still with the collection system. And we feel like a lot of those call outs could be managed if we could anticipate something coming. So this lift station telemetry is to hook our lift stations up to our SCADA system to monitor.
Councillor McLean.
Yeah, so I recognize the value of this project. It would make the operator's life so much easier. I get that. I'm just wondering about our capacity to take on a project like this. Do we have somebody who's able to build SCADA systems, or are we going to be contracting that out? Just looking at the giant list of engineering projects, I look at ones that could potentially be deferred, and this one comes up for me.
That's a great question.
Thank you, Councillor McLean. We do contract out our SCADA programming at this time for the plant as well. So it would be a contracted job.
Director
At this
Dillon.
time.
Director Dillon, I see you're unmuted. Did you want to add on?
Yeah, I did want to add on to that, that there's some discussion with SCRD on perhaps combining forces or having them handle some of our SCADA requirements. So that is one way too that we can get SCADA going. And in our long-term plan, we would hope to have an in-house SCADA technician, not this year, not next year, but in a future year to have that, because it will save a lot of time and money. We've had some incidences this year where we had overflow events at our lift stations, and I've only been notified through observation of somebody driving by. So if we have the SCADA, we can respond quicker to that and maybe have shut-off valves to deal with that stuff quickly. So a lot of the projects put forward on this year's budget are they were set in motion before my arrival here. So next year, I'm hoping to have a total grasp on everything and have a little bit of a different presentation next year on the overall thing. But for now, I think it's valid to go forward on the SCADA, at least with a consultant, and also seeing how we can utilize some of the resources at SCRD to maybe augment what we have already in place.
Thank you. Mayor Seegers.
Thank you. I'm looking on page 56, and it talks about this is the beginning step to adopt a full service SCADA system. So do we have anything on SCADA right now, or is this the first piece that we're actually going forward with?
Thank you, Mayor Seegers. We don't have any SCADA capabilities yet at our lift stations. There's a few of them that the foresight's been put into it, and they do have the electronics and the equipment available to be tied in. And that's the way we're going with our lift stations. But no, as of yet, we don't have any of that information available.
Only the WRC is SCADA controlled at this point, right?
Yes.
So we have to have staff go by all of these lift stations in all the various locations on a daily basis.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah, daily basis to check these out. And so it's only if they go by, if they go by in the morning and something happens later in the day, we have no idea till the next day. So SCADA would actually give us the alarms when things aren't working right. Is that correct?
Yes, Mayor Seegers, that's correct. As Director Dillon mentioned, that there's been several times that we've had incidents at our lift stations, and we've been notified by someone that's actually walked by and called it in. And that's after we've already been in to check the lift station and record the data, the pump run time, and have an inspection. Yeah.
So SCADA is system control and data acquisition. So Christine has spoken about the system control part of it. There's a data acquisition part of it too. So SCADA will pick up the data on these lift stations. So if we are seeing a lag time between a precipitation event and some major issue with a pump in a lift station, all that data is going to be downloaded so it can be analyzed by a consultant for doing a sanitary model. So it's important information that we can use to answer questions like the one that was asked earlier as to whether we have to upgrade the filters because of growth or because of infiltration inflow. And if we can apply DCCs to the filter. So that's why it's not only the system control, it's also the data acquisition part of it that's very important as well.
Thank you. Councillor
Okay.
Scott, I had seen your,
Yeah. So follow up then. So are we going to be seeing further budget proposals in subsequent years to flesh out the applicability or the application of SCADA throughout the system?
Director
Yeah,
Dillon?
I would defer to Christine on what was envisioned for the budget amount here. I wasn't a part of formulating that exact budget amount. My general sense is yes, there'll have to be a hardware component with this. So it would be part of a subsequent program. But my hope is that in future years, after we've done the asset management planning part of this, that we would maybe instead of presenting at such a granular level, there's some forethought and asset management plan in place that we can have a more of a general line item that says like WRC asset renewal program and what that cost is, and it's all the things that is required to renew that asset. But on the SCADA issue in particular, there will likely be subsequent asks to supplement that.
Thank you.
Councillor Scott, I had seen your hand up. You've taken it down. Did you want to ask your question anyways?
No, I'm looking forward to the report as it comes so that we can, I think there's a piece to it that shows an ROI where we can see the cost savings of somebody going around from station to station as well. So I'll leave it to Director Dillon to provide that report going forward that makes it worthwhile for just to go forward.
All right, thank you. Director Douglas.
So this is at this point, a 2-year project to start this. We do have a number of the stations that could tie in right now, and we have some of the stations that won't be able to tie in until they're rebuilt. So, this was in recognition that, we could get going this year and continue next year and then have, better data for council the year after. The next project is 2346 maintenance hole replacement. This is also, we're anticipating this to be a multi-year project. with the first year being $150,000 for 3 maintenance holes that we know right now that need to be replaced. Throughout the year, we'll be reviewing and looking through looking at the condition of all our maintenance holes. So this is on page 57 of the agenda, and this is for $150,000.
I've got a quick question on this one, and I suppose it's probably for Christine or Kern. When we're looking at this, the $150,000 is identified to replace 3, and we're looking at this for each of a couple of years here. So we're looking at basically 3 a year in the forecast. Is there any ability to stretch that out a little bit rather than doing 3, with staff capacity and budgetary constraints? Could we do 2 a year, or are they really grouped as part of a unit?
So if I can paraphrase the question, the question essentially is, can we do less per year than more per year, right?
Basically, with our staff capacity and budgetary constraints, yeah.
So maintenance hole replacement is something where you would hire one contractor to come in and do it, and you would buy a bunch of maintenance holes off the shelf. Generally, there's a cost savings when you buy in bulk. So it would probably lead to, I would imagine there'd be greater savings at doing this as a one-off, and you wouldn't actually be saving any project management time as doing it as one big project, because then whether it's 2 or 4, there's still that same amount of project management effort that goes into it. But you wouldn't be, you'd actually be duplicating again the following year, so it would likely create more project management work and reduce the bulk buying savings that could be realized.
Okay, follow-up question to that then. Let me ask the inverse of that. Maybe this is one that's better suited for Director Douglas. Would we be better off to try and compress this all into 1 year and pay for it through like MFA financing over a 5-year term?
Possibly. This year, we've identified 6 maintenance holes that need to be replaced. And so next year we will have better data, more complete data, and that would be a great opportunity to talk about that at that point.
Okay.
But if we find that we have only 2 more that are failing badly, then we would probably want to do the 2. But if we found that we had 18 failing, well, we would need to really look at the other option. Yes.
Okay, thank you. Mayor Seegers.
Thank you. I'm looking at number 2346 and 2354. So 2354 is the one that we approved for the 3 maintenance holes on trail.
Yes.
The ones that are failing inside of the piece of road that we're rebuilding at this point. But if I look at page 57, at this 150,000, it mentions Trail at Mermaid, Trail at Dolphin, Trail at Medusa. Are those the same ones that we've just approved for 171,000? So
if
could
you
these
keep reading that,
150
though,
go somewhere else?
if you keep reading that, though, it lists 3 more. 41, 42, and 829.
Right.
So I think clarification, yeah. Is this 150 to replace 41, 42, and 849?
Yes. We had, I guess we're just describing that we had, we inspected several in the area.
Right.
And those are the addresses. And then the wall of ones on trail have been pre-approved.
Yes.
And the final 3 on Mermaid are the ones that we're asking for. 1 on Ocean 2. So 2 on Medusa. Sorry. 2 on Mermaid.
1 on Ocean.
Yes, I think so.
Okay.
Yeah. Now, yeah, this is one that they're gonna ask for pre-approval as well, if possible, so that they can maybe marry it up with the other three. So that we can get them all done in one go.
Though I think there was a typo because I'm seeing 42 repeated in there twice, but I do remember in the presentation that we received, it did show 6 to be done, so.
Yeah, 41 and 42 on Mermaid and 829 on Ocean.
Okay. All right, any other questions? No, okay.
Sewer outfall. Did you want to describe this one, Christine?
Sure. The driving, thank you, Director Douglas. The driving force to this one is that the outfall has reached its end of life. It's been identified that it has 5 years left, and in particular that the weights that are holding it in place. And so it ended up opening a lot more ideas about what we need to do, how we're gonna replace this, and what options are we gonna do? Are we just gonna replace it as it is? Are we going to just replace the weights? Are we gonna increase the size based on going from 200 mil, which is what it is now, to a 300 millimeter diameter? And with the capacity upgrades moving forward, just a study to be performed just to see what the best use and the best direction is as we go forward in the future. As our limit now for our effluent outfall as it is 4,750 cubic meters per day. So there's a lot of variables that we need to consider in the next 5 years to decide what we're going to do and how we're going to do it with this effluent line. And this 220,000 is for those investigations. And when you make a big change like this, you also generally trigger some legislature that will require an environmental impact study, which is also expensive, and this represents part of that funds required.
And so once again, there's a 2-year project starting with the 20 grand this year and further 200 next year.
So looking at page 58, only shows the $20,000. It looks like the 200,000 is missing.
Correct.
Okay.
I'm sure that's corrected.
And that additional 200,000 would also be funded from sewer user fees?
It would be funded from sewer user fees, yes.
If we're looking, so a follow-up question to that then, if, I noticed in the comments here that it says that if we're not expanding it, no environmental study, we might be able to get away without having to do the environmental impact assessment and what have you. In the event that we're looking at expanding it, are we able to attribute some portion of this $200,000 to DCCs?
Yeah, to answer that question, if the expansion is due to growth, then yes, we should be able to apply DCC's funding to it. I would need to defer to Director Douglas on what the status of our DCC reserve funding amounts are right now for sanitary sewer collection and treatment. But it is totally in line with the DCC best practices guideline to apportion expansion of sanitary collection system infrastructure and wastewater treatment infrastructure related to growth from DCC funds.
Okay, thank you. I don't see any other hands up on this one. Did you want to just touch briefly on 2354 and then we'll see if there's other questions?
Sure. 2354 has been the council, and that is the maintenance holes on Trail Avenue for 171,000.
Perfect. Thank you very much. Council, any questions from the new sewer capital list that you forgot to ask when we were going through? I don't see any hands. Director Douglas, did I see that you've got the septage slide next?
Yeah, I do.
All right, shall we do septage and then go from there?
Sure. So project number 2351, agenda page 60, is dealing with the dried solids on that we had pulled out of the lagoon a year and a half ago or 2 years ago. And so we have accumulated funds in the septic reserve adequate to take care of those solids this year. And the intent was to dry them for 2 years, and that's basically where we're at. And now we want to dispose of them.
And a quick question on this one. The chart shows only 2021 having an expenditure, but this is actually a recurring cost, right?
Yeah, this happens every 3 years, I believe.
So we'd be looking at 2023 or 2024 for the next one after. I've got it somewhere I can look up. It was just only if you had the answer offhand. Councillor McLean?
2024, sorry.
Okay, thank you.
What would be the cost of doing nothing for this project? In other words, what is the risk of just leaving them in the geotubes?
I mean, you're going to have to get rid of them eventually. We can't keep that site forever. I can't imagine trucking will get any cheaper over time, but Christine, did you want to speak to that at all?
Thank you, Chairman Toth and Councillor McLean. There is thoughts that we're going to have to take more the solids out, what's accumulating in there now as well. And that happens every couple of years as well. There may be some leeway with that, but as it stands now, every couple of years. And so we need somewhere to lay down these extra geotubes. There is talk that maybe we can put them on top, but it's difficult. Sometimes we tried a little bit of that. There was a lot of more buoyancy in at the time, but they're kind of like big water balloons. And if they don't have that flat area to lay on, they'll tend to kind of roll around and move around, which was what we experienced when we tried to fill another one on top of it during the last time we removed the solids. So it's just about space. Where can we put the solids that we have now that are accumulating in the lagoon? Where are we going to put them when we take them out? Because it's a big square footage to house those dewatering units, those dewatering bags.
I'm sure Director Dillon is well aware, but the SCRD is looking at investigating biocover options for the Sechelt landfill as part of the closure plan. And so it's not going to help us this time around, but maybe the next time around we might be able to partner on a project to deal with disposal at a much reduced cost as part of closure up of the landfill. Councillor Lamb?
Yeah, so this is $500,000 and we're going to do it again in 3 years. And so we'll be dewatering solids, I guess, in the same period of time. Like over the next 3 years, we'll be dewatering more solids. Is that correct?
Thank you, Councillor Lamb. Yes.
And just so what does that cost us each time we do that?
This last time it was $200,000. And I
So-
believe it's also further down on this budget as well.
So I'm just wondering, is there other technology out there where we could actually reuse this, take the product that we have in the tubes and reuse it? Or I'm just looking at, we have the Dusty Road site now that, to me, has to be, my opinion is that we should be moving on to a new site. I mean, we're looking at spending $700,000 or $1.2 million if you want over the next 3 to 4 years on something that could go towards a new plant, sort of. So I'm just wondering if there's new technology out there that could reduce and use it, make this product into something useful and making it simpler to use. Sorry. Thank you.
And I suppose, yeah, so sort of reiterate your question there, Councillor Lamb, looking at the fact that it can only be converted into a Class B product, which I believe was mentioned somewhere along the line, that there's a lot of contaminants and that's a lower quality input product versus what's coming out of the WRC. Have our staff looking at other options for disposal? Can we use it to fertilize tree farms or, things like that may not cost us $500,000?
Just in response to that, Chair Toth, staff are looking at options for the long-term fate of the Dusty Road facility as we know it right now. There is some discussions of what's going to happen with that. My understanding is the leased site. At some point, the lease will come up for renewal, and there's no guarantee that it will be renewed. So we are looking at feasibility options. In response to the question, are there other technologies to deal with this? Yeah, there are other technologies. There's one way of dealing with sludge is to have sludge drying beds. If you have the land and the real estate to do that, you can dry this stuff in sludge drying beds and handle it that way. I believe in some locations it's incinerated. Some places can use it as a sort of a biofuel for the building. So it's I'm not necessarily an expert in this, but one thought I had is maybe it can be used as a fuel source for our new operations building down the line, perhaps, if Dusty Roads was in that area. So these are all kind of high level ideas that as part of a feasibility study, looking at the future of that facility, we would look at what options are available to us, because it is a big expense to deal with this in this way. But with any type of environmental disposal, the regulations are getting more stringent. They're not getting less stringent, and the cost to transport this material is getting more expensive and not less expensive. So my opinion is that it would be wise to deal with it as soon as possible rather than later, because the costs are only going to likely escalate, and the regulations around disposing this material is probably going to get more stringent in the future.
Thank you for that. And we are in a position where this is able to be funded from reserve. We don't have to tax for it or what have you at this time. So council, any other questions? I thought I had seen a hand, but my apologies, I missed it. Nope, not seeing any. All right. I guess we'll move on.
Okay, the next project is 2352, just a septic closure plan. Agenda page number 61. Just describes working towards a plan for the future on the site. And the budget ask is $150,000.
And I think Director Dillon sort of touched on it there in his explanation on the last item, talking about future planning. Councillor Lamb, my apologies. You put up your hand just as we were moving on. Did you have a question about the last item, or?
Well, I do, and it was just, it's about reserves, and it's so easy to just say, oh, it's from septic reserves, but the septic reserve came from someplace, and there's nothing wrong with having a septic reserve so that we can use that money for something else. So, I'm really, I think Director Dillon's right on this. I mean, for the short period of time he's been here, he's amassed a huge knowledge, and all I'm doing is just poking him once in a while to make sure he's not forgetting to look at our water resource center and take care of that thing. So that's all. And then I'd just like to make a comment on this closure plan is, I guess, putting the $150,000 away to come up with a plan. But right now, I mean, we're just fumbling around. Do we want to close it? Or, when's the lease going to come up? Are we looking at other places? So I can see putting the money aside, but making sure we use that money wisely. Putting it with our septage reserve. What's in our septage reserve?
In our septage reserve.
Perfect.
Councillor Lamb.
Perfect.
All right, thank you. Councillor McLean.
Yeah, just I'll touch on Councillor Lamb's comment first. We have this money in reserves because we had a substantial increase to septage dumping fees last year. So while it's not a direct tax, it does come from our taxpayers through the septage haulers. So that's why we have the money, and we are paying for this dearly, because what this reminds me of is 2 points. First is that this plant was not designed for how we're using it now. It was our treatment plant. We are now using it as a septage dumping area. So yes, it works, but these $500,000 fees, maybe we can reduce that with the new plant design if we close it in 2031. So I'm looking forward to this plan. However, just in discussion about these geotubes, they require 2 years to dry. So I'm sure staff is aware of this, but we just cut our time frame down by 2 years. We need to have this plant closed by 2029 so we can dry the geotubes on site for 2 years. Otherwise, we're moving 4,000 tons of stuff off site to either across the road or down to Dusty or Operations Center. I don't know how feasible that is, but that will be determined in the study. So in my mind, we just lost 2 years today because we need those to dry out somehow.
Thank you, Councillor McLean. Mayor Segers.
Just a question for our Chief Financial Officer about the funding source for the roof replacement at Dusty Road Building. Should that be septage capital reserve, or do we have
Yes.
a septage capital reserve?
That should be septage reserve, yes.
Thank you.
Okay, seeing no further hands on the septage closure. Last one on the list here, the roof replacement for Dusty Road.
Project 2339, agenda page 62 for roof replacement. And yes, we can strike the sewer capital reserve there. It should be the septage reserve.
Okay. Councillor McLean.
So this request is for an increased amount over last year. Do we know what caused the change? Just as we start to open up things, or what happened?
When we started looking into it, the 16,000 wasn't going to be enough, or the 12,000 we had was not going to be enough.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Lamb.
Yeah, I'm just kind of wondering, our lease is up in 31, so we got 10 years or less left. Obviously you folks have looked into it and see it needs more work than you thought originally, but I'm just wondering if there's a way of, patching it up. Do we need, I don't know. It'd be just, I'm just looking at, and it's, whatever it is, $28,000. It's not a tremendous amount of money, but.
It does seem unfortunate to be investing that in a building that we're going to have to tear down in 9 years, doesn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, maybe we could put a green roof on it or something like that, so it would be environmentally friendly. We wouldn't have to move it.
We do have staff in this building, so we have to make sure that it's kept up to a certain level, for sure.
For sure. Mayor Seegers?
Yeah, I noticed on page 62, where it talks about this project, says that the roof is leaking and it's in the electrical room. So we need to, this is something that needs to be done. Otherwise it could lead to even more expensive repairs.
Just a tongue-in-cheek comment for Councillor Lamb. Maybe $12,000 will buy us 9 years worth of tarps. But I will ask Council if you've got any questions on the septage, or otherwise we're going to go into attachment 4. No, excuse me. Attachment 3, which is the big spreadsheets. All right, I see no hands. So looking at attachment 3, page 46 and 47. Council, any questions? I have one. In looking at the sewer outfall construction, so the bottom of page 46, $4 million budgeted for 2024. Is 2024 expected to be our sort of drop dead date on the existing outfall? Or is that gonna move around a little bit contingent upon design work and options?
Yes, in response to that question, Chair Toth, I believe what's being represented is a rolling capital plan. So every year we look at it and revise based on the studies that were done and what the needs are. So at this snapshot in time and based on Christine's knowledge of what's going on there, she's forecasted that as a potential date for replacement. Obviously, with new people on board, Megan, our new manager of development engineering and sustainability, is looking at all the wastewater collection system infrastructure in great detail, and if through the studies the rolling capital plan needs to be changed, we will do so. But at this point, we're foreseeing that 2024 will be a potential date. Is it a drop dead date? We're not 100% sure of that at this point, but we just wanted to put that placeholder in the existing 5-year capital plan to show people that we're thinking about it, and there's some monies being thought of as being set aside in the future.
Thank you for that. And I suppose this is a question for Director Douglas. Looking at that sewer outfall replacement, that $4 million, I assume that's a little longer term than a 5-year MFA financing agreement.
Potentially, yes.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. Anybody else? Councillor McLean.
Yeah, this is the question for Director Dillon. I'm trying to recall, but I seem to recall us talking at some point about the underwater line between Mackenzie Lift Station and the WRC having some issues. Is that reflected in this budget in a future year? And is my recollection correct as well? Because
yeah, no, that was discussed. I would have to defer to Christine, Director Douglas, on whether that was included in the current 5-year plan, as most of that was developed prior to my arrival here. But Christine, do you have any thing you can share on the condition of that?
Yes, thank you, Director Kern and Councillor McLean. Further down in the 5-year budget listing, there's Mackenzie Marina Lift Station rebuild, and within that, those funds was to include the that inspection and would include those twin lines coming from Mackenzie Lift Station. That was discussed with part of that. I don't have all that paperwork. Do you know what item that is, Director Douglas? I don't.
Yeah, it's just further down on the page 46 of the agenda. Probably about 2/3 of the way down. Called Mackenzie Marina Lift Station Rebuild.
That's a 2023 project, I see.
Yes.
Doesn't have a project number at this point.
No.
Oh, excuse me.
Okay, that's good enough for me for now. Just making sure it's on our radar and on our 5-year plan.
No, I was going to follow up with another question regarding that lift station, but I'll ask it by email, or I'll warn you that I'm going to ask it by email. Given how much we're looking to spend on the Wakefield Road lift station, I assumed that this placeholder for Mackenzie Marina lift station rebuild was only the lift station. So I guess if it does include pipeline work, is it a less complicated station than the Wakefield Road one that we're looking to replace for almost the same amount of money?
Thank you, Chairman Toth. Yes, it's a little bit different, and within those funds, there is also just the investigation and the planning of that. But Wakefield's a lot more complicated, and just in its location as well.
Okay, I thought that might be the answer. Thank you for confirming that for me.
You're welcome.
Council, any other questions on the sewer and septage projects? I'm seeing no hands up. Was there anything else at all from item 5.1 that anybody had any burning follow-up questions they wanted to ask? No? Councillor Rowe, Councillor Kuster, you've been fairly quiet. Councillor Lamb, I see your hand up.
Yep, there you go. I'm just wondering if we've been in touch with Maple Reinders, the people that built this plant, just to, just to, I don't know, to get them up here to have a chat with us, to talk about it, to see where we're going with it. I mean, the original intent was that there would be someone on site here with them, on a year-round process, just because they would always be upgrading this plant. That was the initial intent, 6 years ago. And that they would be, always upgrading it, always tweaking it, and using this as an example plant. But I'm just kind of wondering if there is new technology and new stuff coming up through the, that's being developed that can help us with this plant. And hopefully we're in communication with them, that's all.
Director Dillon?
Yes, Chairman Toth. I see Megan Lee was invited to this. She's been looking into some of the new technologies that have come up. Megan, are you there? Okay.
Yes. Sorry. Screen didn't turn on for a second. Yeah, so we've been, I don't know specifically with Maple Renders, but there's been kind of ongoing discussions. I know with Veolia and Organica about the process and new technologies and optimizing kind of what's going on there. So that's kind of been on an ongoing process. I think if we did, when we launched some of our any new studies, it's likely that they would want to be a part of those, but I don't know that they're involved in anything directly right now.
Okay, thank you.
So so Maple Rain, like this was all, well in the past, but Maple Rangers was the contractor that built the facility using Veolia wastewater treatment equipment. So we have been getting some information from Veolia on upgrades that could be made to the current fed batch reactor system. Usually, in my experience, when the wastewater treatment plants are built, there's some kind of a service handover type agreement, and they like to be around for a couple of years, and then they eventually want to take the training wheels off and hand to the local municipality. And I would be surprised if they would come back. Maybe under a service contract they would, but I think our long-term strategy is we have a competition out right now for chief. A class 4 operator, and as well as we've hired a few new people. So we want to make sure that the people we have are trained and know that plant inside out. And we've also hired Megan to really dive in, take a deep dive on our wastewater treatment plant. And so we're trying to get to a point where the district of Sechelt is fully sufficient, fully self-sufficient in the operation of that plant, and we're running it as efficiently as possible with our own people. And if we need to get advice from Maple Reindeers or Veolia, we will reach out to them. But if we can get our own people at a high level of knowledge, that would be desirable.
Thank you. Mayor Segers.
Thank you. I thought I saw somewhere in here, and I can't find it now, but I thought I saw somewhere in here about some kind of maintenance agreement with Veolia as part of the budget. Did I not see that, or am I making stuff up?
I think there might be something coming up in the one time and ongoing.
Okay. We haven't come to it yet. Okay. So I think that would address what Councillor Lamb's talking about.
You keep jumping ahead, but I don't see any other hands. So let's move on to item 5.2. First, a motion to receive the report. Moved, seconded, and all in favor? Okay, thank you very much. Director Douglas, I'll turn it back over to you.
Okay, I'll share my screen again for a minute. So we're looking at a review of new and one-time ongoing costs. We presented this earlier in the budget process, but we're bringing it back around now, and we'll probably see it one more time. And so some of the things that we've included in the budget from previous discussion are this list here. Equaling $246,000, art wrap, ortho imagery acquisition. We're sharing that with SCRD, vulnerability management services, high potency drug processing unit with the RCMP, notice board, display board for $2,000, an elevation to the contracted cleaning of public washrooms, radar laser traffic units for RCMP, shared costs for building security cameras, RCMP, in-car cameras, RCMP, RCMP 10 office chairs, and then senior engineer and chief building official. So this list now is other ones that we have on our list that we'd like to have considered. The top one was dealt with the other day, the website overhaul, $100,000. Needs assessment for feasibility, cultural feasibility study. Need to catch up on my pages here. If you could just stay on half a second. So that would be on page 76 of the agenda package. And this is just doing a needs assessment or feasibility assessment on a cultural facility within the district of Sechelt. So it would be basically over a 2-year period. We'd fund some of it this year and some of it next year. And recommended source there is taxation. Any questions or comments on that one?
Council. I'm not sure that I support a needs assessment on a cultural facility at this time. You know, just my own perspective, I feel it's a nice to have. And while we're still looking at COVID, I think we need to be dealing with need to haves. But I would look to other members of council for their opinions. Mayor Seegers.
Thank you. There actually are two components to this piece: needs assessment and a feasibility study. So back in about 2010, the community came together and said, we need a cultural center, and they scoped out all the various components. That needs assessment needs to be updated. And then the feasibility study part of it is, if we build it, is it financially viable? There are currently, and have been for a number of years, a lot of grants out available that we could actually access to build a facility like this. But we need to have the needs assessment and the feasibility study done in order to be able to qualify for those. So on the Sunshine Coast, for example, our arts festival, not this last year, but the year before, so pre-COVID, they used 15 different facilities because we don't have any facilities where they can actually have the size or the scope to be able to put on the type of festivals and things that we're looking to do. We're also not being able to attract some of the, we're not on the band circuit, for example. Right now there's the B string. They go to Nanaimo and other places on Vancouver Island. They go to Powell River and they fly over top of Sechelt and go into Vancouver, because we don't have a facility that's big enough to be able to, you know, have them come here and put on the types of events that they want to put on for our community. There was a group, for example, they brought one of the bands recently. They sold it out at the Ravens Cry in less than a day. So part of this would be looking at, is this something that is needed in the community? The belief is it's needed, but you know, do we really need it? If so, what pieces, and will it pay for itself? Because we don't want to build something that the community has to support financially. Until we get these pieces done, we can't actually even look at building anything. So yes, this is a 2-year project. It is $40,000 the 1 year, I believe, and 20 the next or something, or 40 and 60.
60.
40 and 60. Okay, so we're looking at $100,000 all told. Once we get the needs assessment done, then we can potentially start looking for grants to help with the feasibility study. So there is some funding available for some of that. Nothing out there we've looked for needs assessment. So that piece has to be done first.
Fair enough. And I guess from my perspective, I'm just looking at it, it's a 0.5% tax increase for the next 2 years to cover the cost of that. And, you know, we are still dealing with ramifications of COVID. And if we had alternate sources of funding for it, I think it'd be a little easier to support. But again, that's just my perspective. Councillor Rowe.
Thank you, Chair. I think Mayor Seegers answered some of my questions. So through the chair then, do I understand that there has been a needs assessment done already in the past? Is there an actual needs assessment report somewhere? And second, I guess, has this been identified as a need by staff, or are staff is this identified by the community in that they are coming to staff asking for this? Whoever would like to answer.
Okay, yes, there is an old needs assessment. It's in my filing cabinet back. I have a copy of it in my filing cabinet. I'm sure it exists somewhere in the municipality as well. And this is, the community came forward with this. This is a request that the community has asked for.
Thank you.
I didn't get that. Could you?
All right, Councillor Rowe, did you have anything else?
No, that's good.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Kuster.
Mayor Seegers essentially answered majority of my questions. I tend to agree with Councillor Toth. You know, I understand that there's a need in our community and people and a want in our community, but we are coming off COVID, and there's a lot of people still struggling. And every 0.5% of tax increase or percent adds up to a big increase. So do we absolutely need this year? Maybe not. And then my other question was about grants. I was wondering, that was my question, if we could apply for, you know, grants for this type of project. And then if we have a needs assessment, we can't use that going forward, or we have to do an update. That's kind of a requirement. That's it. That's a question, sorry. Is that a requirement?
Go ahead, Mayor Seegers.
Yes, it is a requirement to update it because it's 11 years old, right? It's from 2010, I believe. So yes, we need to look at that. So I know that in past we've looked for grants for this. The arts community has been looking for it, the musicians, etc. There hasn't been anything available for a needs assessment. But if council's not supporting the taxation, and I totally get that, I totally understand that. Given what we're doing with some of the others, could we put this in and say, leave it in, but look for the funding source to be grants? And if we can find a grant for this, or this, I guess I go to Director Douglas on this then. Do we leave it in and say grant, and if we find a grant, great, it goes forward, or do we leave it out and look for a grant and then do an amendment to the financial plan?
Either way will work. Having it in sets us at a priority, a certain priority. So either way would work for the budget.
Okay, thank you.
I'm amenable to us finding a grant for it. I look at the, we're going to be doing our website overhaul this year. That's going to be an all hands on deck sort of operation. I don't even know. I would be interested in knowing if we can change this to funding for grant, and if we've got the staff capacity to take something like this on in the next year or two. So those are sort of my questions around it. But.
Okay, the grant is actually to pay for a consultant because it's specialized work. So it wouldn't be staff led, it would be consultant to take the work that we had and then go out into the community and update that.
Okay. Councillor Lamb.
Yeah, I agree with Mayor Seegers here with regards to leaving it open if we can find the funds for it. One of the things when you have these, when you use 15 different venues in your community, it gets your community moving around and looking and seeing what a spectacular place we live in, and I realize if we had a venue where you could get 500 people in or larger would be pretty cool. You could really bring some good people in, and those planes won't have to fly over us anymore because they can land at our new airport. But yeah, it's pretty cool. It's I'm not for taking the money out of the taxpayers' pocket this year. So yeah, we're good. Thanks.
Mayor Seegers.
I agree with Councillor Lamb that it's great to have people go all over the community when they go to these different events. The downside is it's hard on the volunteers. It's hard on the equipment. And we get a lot of burnout. And the Arts Festival, for example, has indicated that that is one of the huge drawbacks. So there's pluses and there's minuses.
Now, I'll ask the question because there's no specific asks as part of this from staff. Director Douglas, are you okay to bring this back again the next time we talk about this, or would you like a motion to ask that this be changed to grant funding?
No, I'll change it.
Okay, thank you. Then I don't see any other hands. Let's carry on.
Okay, the next one is similar. This one has already got grants identified to it. We don't have a grant for this one in particular, the community public art. Page 77 of your agenda package. But it's one that we kept on really a priority list to try and find a grant for community art. and it's being recommended to be here again.
Okay, I don't see any hands up, so let's keep going. I'm going to ask council if you've got questions, put your hands up quick. Otherwise, we're going to keep moving because it's a big list and we still got a couple more items. So.
Okay, the next item is number 11, Hackett Park Tennis Court resurfacing. If you go to the agenda page number 78, briefly describes that we have some surface problems in a couple spots there on the tennis court, and that we would like to resurface that to the tune of $24,000.
And I've got a quick question on this one. On the staff ask on 78, it says COVID grant, and on this table it says taxation. Just want to confirm which one it is.
It's taxation.
And then a follow-up question. Oh, I think you were about to answer it. Sorry, Director Douglas.
I just don't think it would qualify under the COVID grant of reopening.
Okay, and that was going to be my question, was if it would qualify in the event in encouraging people to be outdoors and active and what have you, but okay.
I will recheck that, but.
Okay, no other hands.
Okay, the next one is district-wide transportation planning study for $200,000. It is on page 79 of the agenda package. And I know this is something that, we've been trying to get to over the years. I think the last one was done in 2010, which probably needs to be updated.
Councillor Lamb.
Is that just for transportation in the district of Sechelt, or is that hooking up with the whole community, the whole Sunshine Coast?
I believe it is just within the district of Sechelt.
Director Dillon, did you want to add to that? I see you're unmuted.
Yes, it's just for the district of Sechelt. What the project is about is we have an existing transportation master plan that's outdated, but oftentimes when we have development proposals come forward, we're really kind of piecemealing our road network and transportation network together. And what we want is a comprehensive plan that has a vision for how our roads will be linked and where the arterials and collectors will go, so that when we do the upfront discussions with any new developer that comes in, we have a very clear vision in our mind that we can relay to that developer, and then they can design their developments around what the future transportation master plan vision is. And there's a lot less going back and forth, and we can hopefully streamline the whole development approval process by at least having a pretty solid transportation master plan in place before they come to us.
Okay, thank you. I guess, in keeping with the taxation concern theme, is there any ability to fund a portion of this through general surplus or other reserves rather than, what is that, a 2.5% tax increase to fund one project?
We can review that, yes.
Okay. All right, I don't see any other hands.
The next grouping is just is a series of smaller projects to enhance some of our buildings to make them easier to rent or better to rent. The couple of the items are included in a grant, so they will fall off. The refinishing of the dining room floor has been included in one of the grants that we received, so that one will come out. Blinds in the dining room were not. A projector mounted at Rockwood isn't included in a grant at this point. Shed for Mission House to be able to store some of the furniture that we have down there. The Mission House accessible stairway, we're identifying BC Safe Restart grant for that one. That's an accessibility issue. Upper grade power unit for sound system. We've already dealt with that one, so that one would come out as well.
Okay.
The RC, sorry, go ahead.
I was just going to ask if there was any questions on that block of facilities, but I don't see any hands, so keep going.
The next one is a request the RCMP has made, but they haven't put together a price yet for that. And that would be soundproofing the meeting room. So we're waiting. We're hoping to get something before the end. If not, then we'll just remove it. And then if they get a price within the year, we'll bring it back as an amendment to the budget, if that's what we want to do. And the annual 3% annual contribution for capital, we suspended that last year. We would like to get back to that this year. And when we review reserves, you'll put option A and B so we can see what the difference would mean to us. And then the Sunshine Coast Salmon Enhancement, we have an outstanding request for $50,000 for well.
Okay. Mayor Seegers.
I just want to address the soundproofing of the meeting room. So that meeting room was one of the rooms that was put in the recent renovations. And it was only a couple of weeks ago, I think they finally got their video equipment and all that kind of stuff in, because I know it was in a meeting and the sergeant was in the meeting and he was just figuring out how to use the equipment. So they probably didn't realize until then that they actually need to do more soundproofing.
Councillor McLean.
Yeah, just the last one on the Salmon Enhancement Society. I believe we had a discussion to find the funding. So the funding source is new to us, I believe. So question on that, is this our long-term dividend fund that we're dipping into?
No, it's the anticipated, part of the anticipated dividend we'll get this year and the one we got last year.
So the regular $25,000 dividend.
Yeah.
Perfect. Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions on this page, Council? I see no hands up. Okay.
So we've seen this one before as well. We had a pretty good conversation of it in October, November. Just wondering if we want to review these all again, or are we happy with what we have on these?
As you said, we have seen all of this before, so I will just turn to council to see if there's any questions about what's on this list. I see no hands up. I see a couple of head shakes, so I think you're okay to continue.
Okay. And then this one is for septage.
Okay. And these are,
The one that's the variable there would be if we want to increase our service level for the operation at Dusty Road.
right. Mayor Segers?
Right, that was the one I was going to talk about. So currently we're open certain number of hours. We've had requests from the haulers to open additional hours. So this would allow us to open like full days, Monday through Friday.
It can be any reiteration of, the service level. So we could say we're open Monday, Wednesday, Friday later, or we could say Tuesday, Thursday, or we could say Monday to Friday.
A follow up to that one then, what is the current FTE count up there? And like what portion of part-time, how much are we looking to lift it in terms of an FTE?
It'd be like 2 hours a day or 2.5 hours a day.
Councillor McLean?
So going back to my earlier question on using reserves versus user fees, this is tagged as septage revenue. So would we be looking at a user fee increase for septage to fund this position, or would we take it out of our existing reserves?
Well, it would be intended to just be covered off by the current level of rates.
Yeah, I think I'd prefer to see an increase because we calculated that last year without this intention. So this is taking away from our long-term sustainability.
Okay.
So if the haulers want more service, we're going to charge for it.
Okay.
I suppose that's the question, isn't it? Is if the haulers are willing to work within the hours we provide, or if the haulers are willing to pay more. Because we know that the haulers don't pay it. They charge it to whoever they're pumping. So it really is going to boil down to whether they want to pay it or not. So
we'll have a conversation with them and come back to you with a recommendation on that.
okay. Okay, is there any more slides?
More slides. What is this one? Okay, so the first slide was ongoing costs. And the next one was on septage. And then this one is just one time only. Once again, we've seen majority of these in the previous discussion, and these are, but we're just saying one time only versus the ongoing.
Any questions from council? I don't see any hands up, so, okay.
Okay.
Okay, so that looks like the end of 5.2, Director Douglas.
Yes.
Okay, do we want to take a 10-minute break before we continue? I'm seeing some nods. Well, it's 5:30, so come back at 5:40.
Okay.
Okay.
I'm getting a message saying I can't start my video because the host has stopped it. Oh, now it's got host has asked you to start your video. Okay.
Apologies, Mayor. I was just turning it off as you were away from your camera.
Okay, thank you.
I mean, your office does make for a nice backdrop. It's like the log in the fire at Christmas time. So hopefully everybody else comes back momentarily here. I just had a peek at the YouTube stream and we are live through our recess. So I think we're just looking for Councillor Lamb and Councillor Scott. There's Councillor Lamb. I think we'll get back at it, and Councillor Scott can join us when he's able to. So moving on to item 5.3, 2021 staffing request and 5-year projection. First, a motion to receive the report. Moved, seconded. All those in favor? All right, and Lindsay Roberts, I assume you're speaking to it first.
Thank you, Chairman Toth. Yes, if we can go to page 104 as the start of the report, and I will share my screen. So this slideshow is going to be a bit different than what's in your report. To build on the multi-year theme, I have added the 5 years for the departments that you have not heard from in that respect yet. So I will also touch on the ones from engineering and planning and development, even though you have seen those already. So if you have questions about any of it, just jump in, but there will be a chance at the end so we can go through any pointed questions, of course. And here we go. So this is the administration organizational chart for 2021 projected. So again, these are just reflecting the asks that we're looking for 2021. For administration, it would just be the executive assistant that would be shared by human resources and the chief administrative officer. Just a brief background on that is that the executive assistant to mayor and council used to also report into the CAO, and the CAO now is left without one currently. So we're looking to add some support there, as well as the HR support. In 2022, the executive assistant, this one, again, I'm going to try and make this as succinct as possible. The executive assistant would move to support mayor and council as well as the CAO. But this is because we are asking for an administrative assistant within communications, as well as a deputy corporate officer under the corporate services group. And then the HR assistant could remain with the HR manager. So there would be a half-person bump there, as well as the deputy corporate officer and the admin assistant. And again, these the 5-year projections is hypothetical and hopeful, but what we're looking for a complete staff complement to meet our objectives and meet the strategic initiatives that council's put forth. In 2023, it's just OH&S, and I wanted to sort of touch on this one just briefly. We have enlisted Orca, who is a consultant for occupational health and safety, And they are working with us through the COVID relief funding for 2021. And our hope is that we will be able to run without this position. However, it is in the 2023 budget, just in case that is not the case. So many other organizations of our size have an OHS person, either coordinator, manager, or advisor. And it just helps make sure that the emphasis on that role is in place and that everything that we need to for occupational health and safety is taken care of. Again, ORCA right now is working with us so that all of our supervisors can be champions in this regard, and we wouldn't need that, but it's unclear from both their end and ours if that will be enough. So in 2023, we'll be reevaluating that. All right, things have shifted in 2025. So there's nothing for 2024 in the administration organizational chart. However, in 2025, we're looking at a director of corporate services as a potential. So this would include the corporate officer and the communications team, and then HR would remain outside reporting to the CAO. This alleviates the CAO from having more reports that are not directors. So right now our CAO is responsible for the 3 directors as well as HR, corporate services, and communications. And so this allows for succession planning with our deputy corporate officer from 2023, and then a director who can look after both communications and the corporate services. There's also been discussion here because there would be a director in place that bylaw could be a potential move into that space. All right. So again, I won't speak too in depth about these ones because you have seen these slides before. So where did I go too far? Okay, that was 2022. Sorry, I'm going a little bit fast.
Could you go back to 2020?
Yeah, let me get control over my video. 1 minute. Let me go. Shoot. 1 second. This is 2021. So 2021 includes the project manager that was new since Kern has, Director Dillon spoke first about this. We didn't include a project manager. However, as you've seen with the projects that are underway, we've deemed this our prioritized position for 2021. So the project manager would report directly to Director Dillon. We're looking at asset management as well as the 2 summer students. And again, the summer students are partially funded by grants if we obtain that. I'll go to 2022 now. Oh, this one is my error. I apologize. The project manager is listed twice, but it is still reporting to the director, and there aren't any other additions to this one. 2023, we have an engineering and training. 2024, nothing, and you'll see some additional staffing complements in the other departments under at the end of these slides. So I'm not leaving wastewater and parks and public works out. We'll get there after this 2025 slide. And then we have 2025, which is the asset management technician. Rounding out that GIS technician and that department. Okay, moving to Parks, Public Works, and the Water Resource Center. So this is the next 5 years. We'll talk in the last page, I believe it's on page 108. We can discuss all the positions on the various years. However, for wastewater, we're looking at the wastewater chief operator, which is in place right now as a posting and vacant. And so our asks are the wastewater operator part-time, and we're looking for 2 of those. So, and Christine or Director Dillon could speak to this. We are looking at these because we're looking for more specific operators in place. So previously we had an operator who was more specifically trained in lab, and that is not a position that we have currently. They're all right now general operator positions. So we're looking to specify those positions and have just more operators in place to run the plant. And then we have parks and trails, and looking for a parks laborer, an arborist, and I believe one of those laborers is meant to be maintenance. So that would be helping out with our SCRD. There's been a agreement between us and SCRD to be sharing our equipment, and to make sure that happens, we are looking for the maintenance position. And then the arborist is currently, our arborist is also a lead hand and supporting our supervisor in that role. And we are looking for an arborist so that we have backup for the lead hand when he's not being an arborist. And then we're looking for another additional equipment operator in our roads and drainage, or public works department as it's called right now. Planning and development. So we're looking for clerical technical support, and the casual building official says that it's future, but as you all know, we did early approval for that, so that has come in to fruition for this year already. Oh, and sorry, that's the chief building official. The casual building official is what we're looking for 2022, as well as a manager for long range planning. And again on page 108, we'll talk about the priority list for this. So you can see sort of what for each department, where it lies on our list of priorities if we were to choose these positions. So sorry, again, for 2022, clerical support, as well as a building official and our manager for long range planning. 2023 is that bylaw officer we've been discussing. It shows up here for us in 2023 as a priority. And then we're into finance now. So for the finance team, we're looking at an admin float. This would support all departments in the nature of a float position, but it would live under the manager of financial services as they house most of our admin assistants. And then in 2022, we're looking at a systems analyst that would report to the manager of information technology. In 2023, we're looking to break out the accounts payable and payroll position to be accounts payable, and then to have a payroll position separate. Right now, that position is currently overrun with work. And so we're looking to separate those out to make them both more efficient positions, as well as add a procurement officer that would report to the director of finance, financial services. And then this is where we get back to the previously scheduled agenda. And on page 108, you can see a 5-year projection. So for 2021, our number one priority is to have an engineering project manager. And then we're looking for the asset management or GIS technician. And then the senior development planner. Then the HR and CAO executive assistant, the clerical building position, and then our engineering summer students, RCMP, parks maintenance, admin float, and then the wastewater positions. And you can see the following years. Again, these are a priority list that were developed with the other departments. And again, it seems that it's a bit hypothetical, but sort of the vision for where we'd like the organization to go. To speak frankly, I believe from an HR perspective that we would be well versed to have everything from 2025 in place now. So I'm hopeful that the 2021 asks seem reasonable, and I just wanted to make a note that we have dialed this back and made sure that we are not asking for more than we think will be palatable, understanding that there's taxpayers involved, and we want to do what's best for the community. This is the costs for the 2021 asks. I have the costs for the remaining years as well, if the council would like to see that. Yeah, so this is the breakdown. It's somebody was asking about the costs for each of the positions. This is the lift for the rest of the year. So we're going into April now. These would be the cost for the remaining years, so prorated. They also include benefits. And council can find that report, report in on page 109. That's it for me.
Thank you. Just real quick, looking at page 109, you did mention that you've got the full year costs as well.
Yes, would you like me to pull those up?
If you've got that handy, that would be great. And in the meantime, council, any questions, comments, discussion? This one we are being asked to approve. Yeah, we do have a recommendation that the staffing request for 2021 be approved as presented, or that there are also options available there to us as well. Okay, so looking at what's on the screen right now, that 2022 is, those are the that's not the full year costs though, right? That is also the partial year costs?
Correct.
Okay. Do we know what the costs for the 2021 positions as full year costs are? Was my question. Apologies.
Yes, and Director Douglas, please correct me if I'm wrong, but they have been built out based on the cost and then the benefits on top. So pretty much doubled, it would create the year.
So we have another spreadsheet. Maybe I'll try and pick it up. That combined the 2 years. Did you combine the 2 years into the one total?
I will pull that sheet up. It's just there's a lot more information on it. 1 minute. There we go.
You just move it over here, yeah. There we go. All right, now just up. So this,
Nope. Go.
Just over to the right a little bit.
Or if you could zoom out just a tiny bit, I think you'll get it all on there if you, yeah.
Okay. And maybe just up, just go, yeah, 2022. So there's two things. There's the 2022 additions and then the, oh, go back up a little bit. Okay, so there's the 2022 additions, which are basically 6 months of salary. And then the lift for 2022 for the 2021 additions are there. And then the total of 460 is what the cost would be for 2022.
So in 2022, if I'm reading this spreadsheet right, there would be $265,000 in lift to pay for the full year of the 2021 positions as presented.
No, so not quite. So the 2021 additions would cost you 265 in year 2. And the 2022 additions at half a year would cost you 194. So the combined total for 2022 additions and the 2021 additions in 2022 would cost you 460,000.
Okay, I see a speaker's list. Mayor Segers.
Thank you. I just wanted to mention that the RCMP Community Safety Coordinator, that position could potentially be funded by a grant, at least part of it. There's the Strengthening Community Services grant. And if 100% of that job fits within the criteria of that grant, 100% could be funded by that grant. If it doesn't, that portion would need to be funded by taxation.
Okay, Councillor Scott.
So I'm still confused on this. The way I understand this is if we were to look at the 2021 ask at 357, and then that gets added to the 460 for 2022. So now we're up over 800,000 in total lift to carry in 2022, correct?
I'm gonna say, if I understand the way you're saying it, yes, but you're covering the first 357 in the first year. So you're not, your first, if you want to just go up a little bit, Lindsay. So that's your first year is the 357.
Right.
And then you go down now a little bit, Lindsay.
Yeah.
Your second year, or 2022, to cover everything would be another 460.
Yeah. So we just get the luxury of being halfway through this budget year for the 360,000.
Correct.
But in reality, it's a well over $600,000 lift just for the people that we hire this year.
Correct. Yes.
Oh boy. Okay.
I do appreciate that on page 108 you have prioritized them, because I understand that we need everybody and more as shown on here, but I'm not sure that I can support 11 new positions this year. So, Councillor McLean.
Sorry, I just want to follow up with that comment by Councillor or Chair Toth. The list on page 108 is prioritized.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So back to my original question. On a similar vein to what Councillor Scott was talking about, just to Director Douglas, what is our magic number this year? What does a 1% tax increase equate to in dollars?
About $96,000, the 1% tax increase.
Okay, so this number, just with the positions this year, we're looking at an 8.6% tax increase. Yes, it will be split between 2 years, but 2 years later, the decisions that we make today are going to increase taxes by 8.6%. Just so we're all on the same page.
Councillor Rowe.
Lindsay had her hand up as well.
Oh, my apologies, Lindsay.
If I could just speak to that quickly before Councillor Rowe there, I just I recognize this is a big lift, and I would, to be totally transparent, I completely understand what everyone is saying. I just, for the back history of this, I believe we've come into these roles, and the entire senior leadership team and CAO are relatively new in the long history, and I want to look forward and not be thinking about the back history, but we're trying to make do with what we have, and so I don't expect that everything's going to get approved necessarily, but this is where we need to be. And so today was really just making sure that everyone saw where we should be if we want to be efficient and meeting the objectives that we've put forward.
So then, in reading the attached 5.3, the RFD page, are you looking for us to commit today to a staffing level increase for the 2021 budget?
Thank you for asking that, Chairman Toth. I thought about that as you were mentioning it earlier, and granted the time that we have today and the discussion that might need to prevail, I believe it could take a longer time to come to that decision, and we're not in a rush. I want this to be a smart decision and one that's going to serve the community and the organization.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Rowe, I still see you on my speakers list.
Yep. Thank you for this, Lindsay, as frightening as it may be. I think we're presented with frightening data from pretty much every department, whether it's, where we are with end of life, with our infrastructure under our roads. We don't, there's lots of frightening numbers out there. And I think we need to step into it and try and deal with some of them. So some of the things, what interests me is actually, do you have any data on staffing increases, say, from 2015 to 2020, or some general idea prior to us, this council, how much FTE we've added at the district?
Yes, it's just under 10, and the majority of the positions were the Water Resource Center. So that
10 positions or 10 FTE worth?
Yeah, good question. They aren't all 1.0 FTEs. While we're talking, I can pull up that data.
Okay.
But yes, it isn't. It seems significant. This question was brought forth in February, I believe, and we looked at the data on it, and it can almost be entirely accounted for with the Water Resource Center. There really hasn't been much lift elsewhere.
Yeah, and I thank you for the grace of giving us some time to think about this. But just, you know, my perspective is actually, I'm looking at a lot of this as an investment in our community as opposed to just adding jobs. I mean, a lot of the grants that we've received would be money that we would have to spend from other sources. And, you know, they're not going to get done on their own. I think if there's been a lack of support in these areas historically, not that we can, you know, solve every problem all at once, we really need to look at addressing some of these deficits, particularly if most of the FTE has gone to the Water Resource Center.
Thank you.
Those are just my thoughts.
No, I appreciate that, Councillor Rowe. That's exactly what I'm trying to get across here today without taking too much of your time. We have been running at a deficit, and my hope and goal is to retain the employees that we have and the subject matter experts that we have so that we can continue to progress and move forward as an organization. There are so many really incredible projects ahead of us, and to deliver on those and to be the district that we're all hoping that we can continue to be and build upon is within these positions. And we, of course, we'll make do, you know, that we'll continue to prove that we can do that, but it's my responsibility as HR to highlight the positions that we're looking for and really feel we need. And this didn't come easy. There was a much bigger list, and I know 11 is daunting, but it's been dialed back.
Thank you.
All right, Mayor Seegers.
Thank you. This is daunting, right? It's a big list, and we've seen staff come forward with very aggressive, very big plans, and we have a lot of grants that we're also bringing in. You know, and as Councillor Rowe said, you know, that would be stuff that we'd have to tax for. How do we manage that? We need to have the staff on board internally to manage those. So is it a combination of looking at staffing and looking at projects? Yes. So we have high expectations for our staff. We have given them all kinds of projects to do, and we keep doing that. So we need to, I know we looked at this at the regional district last year too, right? It's like, if we have all these projects, how do we expect staff to do them? If we don't want to put the staff in, then which projects are we willing to cut? That's a conversation that we have to have. So yes, we probably won't make a decision today because we really need to look at this. Thank you for bringing the information forward.
Councillor Kuster.
Oh, wow. I'm definitely not comfortable making a decision today. I think the amount of requests is a little bit daunting. I understand that it's a need. We need it. Our staff work hard for everything that we've requested, but we also have to look at our community and what position our community is in right now, coming off of this pandemic, and a lot of people are just barely scraping by, and to increase taxes that amount plus all the other taxation requests that we have, et cetera, it could push people over the edge. So I think we have to be really careful about what we're doing with our taxation, and not saying that we don't need people. We absolutely do, 100%, and I see that, but I don't think I am comfortable making a decision or moving forward with like 11 people.
Thank you, Councillor Kuster. Councillor McLean.
Yeah, I think this is a first look at this. I think it's going to come back for a lot more discussion. And there are a lot of important positions here. But I just wanted to correct a previous comment. This is not us pushing on staff for all these projects. This is the community. There is an expectation that local government takes on so much more roles than it previously did. We're looking at housing, we're looking at childcare, we're looking at a massive infrastructure deficit. Our infrastructure needs a real serious look at. We have seen maintenance holes crumbling. We have no idea what our sewer system looks like, or our distribution collection system. There is so much we need to do to deal with our asset deficit. We just can't keep up with our current staffing levels. There's so much to do on the planning front. There is so much that the community expects us to deal with, and we can't keep up. I think we've proven that over the last year. We set out an ambitious agenda because that's what the population gave us. That's what people want us to do. And we're not achieving it as fast as we'd like to. So we need to look at how we can deal with it. And a lot of these positions are dealing with some of the most critical things that we have to do as a municipality.
I can just reply to that. Thank you, Councillor McLean. I couldn't agree more, and I believe that the community is asking for things from our organization that they would in any municipality our size, with our infrastructure and with our tourism, and to similar sized organizations or municipalities even, we're very understaffed. And so it's challenging coming here tonight and asking for 11 new staff. However, I wouldn't be doing my job if I didn't, because other organizations are running with this and so much more and able to meet the objectives that the community is asking for them. And we're just not able to do that.
Councillor Lamb. Sorry, Councillor Lamb, I had to mute you. You were making a bunch of noise there.
Director Dillon had his hand up as well.
Oh.
Anyways, before we had the WRC, we had a septic plant or a sewage treatment plant. So it'd be interesting to know how many new hires we had, you know, what the difference was between the two there. So part, you know, I'm like 11 people. I'm really struggling with this, and I think we have to have a look at the way we, you know, just the way we do things, you know. And you know, we're talking about the community wanting stuff, and yes, I mean, I want a whole bunch of things too, but I think we have to go and ask the community, you know, what do you want? You know, how do you want to pay for this? Because it's like recreation. You know, we live in one of the most spectacular places in the world, and we have recreation facilities that I never use, but I pay for them. And so it's just the whole thing of it. I realize it's too late in this budget to go out to the community and say, this is what our community needs, and you're going to get a 12% increase in tax or 10%. Is that acceptable, or is there, or give them options of what we can either cut back on or different ways of doing things? You know, I really struggle, and I see it. You know, I see our planning department, and we have to plan for the future. But there's just way too many questions here for where we're going. So anyway, that's just my thoughts.
Thank you, Councillor Lamb. Director Dillon, I'm sorry I didn't see your hand earlier. Did you want to chime in?
Yeah, I would. Thank you, Chairman Toth, for the opportunity to speak. I wasn't on the slate of speakers for this presentation, but because engineering and operations is the largest department and a lot of these staff requests are related to my department, I felt it was incumbent on me to speak a little bit about these positions. And I do appreciate that this is a big ask. We are reaching into the public purse, and we should always be mindful of that. I view this as an investment and one that's can be paid off. So for example, with the maintenance holes that were disintegrating, if I had a dedicated person like a summer student or somebody who would go around and look at these, we could intervene at the right time, and we would have saved $171,000 had we picked this up sooner. And it's picking up on that type of preventative maintenance that will result in savings. The other thing is, we've gone out and we've obtained a lot of grants. I myself as a director have written some of these grants in the wee hours of the evening. And also right now I'm working on doing my own RFPs and getting those done. And that's great. I have a lot of energy and I'm new to the district, but over the long term, you got to question the sustainability of that for staff. And for many years, we had one engineer work for the district, Sanath. I always marvel at what he was able to do just by himself. But it has led to a lot of these initiatives that haven't come forward. Chair Toth, you referenced the Wakefield lift station that's been on the list for 4 years. I mean, part of the reason is because we haven't had the staff to move those initiatives forward. And I think this is an investment in the community. If we need to, we can dial it back. We can certainly look at hiring consultants, but consultants do add up, and it doesn't take long before you've hired a few consultants to exceed what the one FTE cost is. So it's an investment. The other thing we would look at is levels of service. Right now, I get calls from people that ask me why we haven't cleared their street within 24 hours. Obviously, those types of things are level of service expectations. So if that's another way we can address some of this is by dialing back the levels of service that we are providing. Maybe we can't maintain 40 beach accesses. Maybe we can only maintain 20 beach accesses. And those are long-term discussions that need to be had. But I think in terms of my department, a lot of this is just I view it as an investment. And when I compare us vis-a-vis other municipalities of a similar size, we are understaffed compared to other communities of the size of 10,000. And there's immense pressures on us right now to get out more lots, expand our sanitary sewer collection system. And we'd love to do these things. It's just we lack the resources in-house to do them quickly, or as quick as people would like to have them done.
Thank you for that. Lindsay, can I get you to stop the screen share? I don't think we're going to have too many comments or questions about the numbers just right now. So thank you very much. Councillor Rowe.
Oh, what was I going to say? Oh, it was after Councillor McLean spoke. I mirror everything Councillor McLean just said. It's like he's inside my head. We did not inherit a dowry of wealth in 2018. And, we don't even know what our asset debt is because we don't know what the situation is. So to what, Councillor Lamb said, I'm not so sure the public actually, I'm not saying we shouldn't talk with them, but what I am saying is some of these things, I don't think we have a choice when it comes to infrastructure. Whether the public is happy with us or not, that's where I stand on that. So, I mean, it's tough. I get it. And, I'd be interested, Lindsay, and you've talked about us being understaffed relative to other like-sized communities. Would it be possible to have a couple examples of, say, an engineering department, a planning department, what it looks like in other places? Because there's going to be some pretty serious lunchtime conversations with members of the public. And
Yes.
that kind of information is really valuable.
I have all of that information, so whenever that is appropriate, I'm happy to share that information. We have different towns, Nelson, Parksville, Fernie. I have all of their organizational charts, and there's a few more that I've just talked to on the phone, so I can speak to all of that.
Okay, perfect. Because in a lot of these areas, I don't think we have a lot of choices. And Matt's right. You know, the community is. They swept the floor, and here we are, and we need to move on some of this.
I do have the list that I was speaking of earlier, Councillor Rowe, if you want me to just speak a little bit about the jobs that we have acquired since 2014.
Sure.
So there wasn't as many in wastewater as I let on. There are, I believe, 12 FTEs. I can count after, but we have a new accountant since 2014. One new RCMP admin assistant, one new building inspector, a director of engineering operations that previously was housed under planning and development, one manager of development, engineering and sustainability, an administrative assistant in engineering, one wastewater supervisor. So Christine's position that she's currently in is the wastewater supervisor, also housing that chief position. So we broke those out last year or 2019, and a wastewater operator and a wastewater laborer. So that is the dusty road laborer. One planner, one community planner. In 2014, there was a deputy director and community planner. So this is now the manager of planning and development, and one community services coordinator.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Rowe, did you have follow-up, or your hand is still up? Councillor McLean.
Yeah, it would just be great if we could get some of that in a written report. I'm a visual learner, so reading that would be great, the comparison and the growth in the district of Sechelt. I wanted to just dive into the projects a little, or the positions a little bit. The engineering project manager. This is partially a symptom of the amount of engineering projects that we want to take on. In particular, we've received a lot of grant funding. So I'm wondering, is it possible to make this something like a 2-year contract? Because I do expect the amount of engineering work to decrease once we've cleared some of these grant funded projects. And in addition to that, can it be funded by these projects or COVID funding if it was on that kind of contract basis?
I have opinions from my perspective, but I'll let Director Dillon speak to it first since it's his position.
Go ahead.
Yeah, certainly we can look at term positions. That is one possibility. I think the main goal we're trying to achieve here is get our capital program moving forward and do all the things we can. So if we need to come back with an alternative option, we have actually, I do already have something developed if I needed to come to this point in a backup plan, but we could look at term positions. We can look at leveraging consultants. Yeah, there's other things in our toolkit that we can use. Part of this is also about succession planning, though, and having those entry-level positions for people who will, later on step up and take bigger roles with the District of Sechelt. I do have some staff who are pretty senior, and I'm not going to guess on the timeline of when retirement will come for them, but it will come at some point, and we need to be prepared for that. So it's, better, I think, to bring people in at a young stage. So that's why you'll see later out in my 5-year plan, I want to promote more engineers in training. So have students come in. So if we have a summer student, they come in as a summer student, they develop that relationship with the district early, they understand the district's business, and then as they progress with their career, that summer student could be an engineer in training, then a engineering project manager, and eventually maybe a manager of municipal construction. So that's how good organizations develop corporate knowledge and longevity and a strong succession planning process. And that's a kind of environment that I'm hoping to promote in my division.
If I can just jump in there, I to add to what Director Dillon is saying, if we are to use their internal staff currently to go with some of these projects, we're going to end up with being short in those areas. So if we have engineering staff working on these projects, we're then going to be looking for staff to replace those positions. So the need doesn't go away. It's great succession planning, and we will continue to promote that within the district. But regardless, this one engineering project manager represents the need that we have.
Thank you. Mayor Segers.
I think when we came in as council, we asked staff to come to us and give us, not just what they think we would approve, but give us the big picture. Give us and give the community the big picture of where we are, where we need to go. Because if they come and ask us for 2 employees, are we going to improve 2 employees? Probably not, maybe 1. But if they give us the big picture, if they say, this is the vision that we have, these are all of the things that you and the community are asking for. This is the stuff that hasn't been done because we haven't come forward and said, we're short here, we're short there. Take that and add on also the higher expectations from other levels of government. So provincial, around environmental, around, we've got the step code coming in now around the building. There's a lot more information, a lot more work that has to be done on the parts of staff. So do we like to hear that they're asking for 11 employees? No. Are we going to approve all of them? I don't think we probably will. But if they'd asked for 3 or 4 and said, you know what, we're going to limp along, we're going to try and see how we can make it happen. We'd have staff leaving because they're burnt out. They're working all kinds of hours to try and meet the expectations, because these staff don't work in municipal government. Honestly, they could get more money working somewhere else for what they do. They work here because community is important to them. So they've come and made this ask. It's going to be our job to go away and look at what can we justify based on the workload that we've given them and that the community, as Councillor McLean has indicated, the community is asking for. So on one side, the community says, we want these, but on the other side, we don't want to pay for them. We need to kind of go down the middle somewhere and figure out what we can be comfortable with. And then some of those community members are going to have to say, sorry, we didn't approve all of the staff that have been asked for. And so, yes, in some areas, service levels aren't going to be what you want.
You could have a really good point, Mayor Segers. We have so many dedicated employees, and especially now that we are virtual, we don't see the long hours that people are necessarily pulling each day. And so I would say that a high percentage of our staff are working more hours than they should be. And my goal in HR is to make sure that we retain those staff. And so my intention here tonight was to let you know what we need and just to really highlight how we can support and retain our really high quality staff that are so dedicated and really want what's best for the community.
Thank you. I haven't said a whole lot on this yet, but just in the conversation that we've been having in the discussions, looking at number 1 priority, project manager in the engineering department. Yes, we've got a 2-year hump of grant funded opportunities, but as we look at our crumbling maintenance holes and, if we start to take on the asset management, I think we're going to find that 2-year hump is not so much a hump as it is a threshold, to the point where I think we're going to need a lot more of that project management expertise, experience, that staff on hand for sure. Because we're at the leading edge of a pretty major capital renewal program. We just don't know it yet because we don't know what we need to replace yet. So I almost see number 1, 2 and the engineering summer student as sort of a part and parcel team that's to really look at our engineering construction and our get a good start of a handle on our asset management. Yeah, just my particular opinions. You know, I can see the individual justification for every single one of the positions, but it's tough. And I do appreciate staff having prioritized this list for us. You know, it's not nice to be like, well, we'll take the first 4 and everybody else, you're out of luck, but try again next year. But at the same time, it does help us to make some decisions as we look forward on this. I don't see any hands up. Oh, no, I've got a hand up. Mayor Seegers.
Yes, I'm going to ask Lindsay, because I talked to her about this before. Why are you asking for an EA?
Let me get my list.
I told her, I said, you need to put this together because we have no idea the kind of stuff that you're doing. So go for it.
Thank you. And I'm happy to be doing it. And I just feel so grateful to be in this role. But yes, with HR comes a lot of admin tasks. So my job is everything from what we're doing here tonight to this list. So I'll rattle through it. Just in recruitment alone, we do sign-ons. Everything that I change in an employee goes through Dayforce, Desjardins, MPP. So anytime someone sends me an address change or one of our wage changes, so that's annually, and then as well if there's a leave. So if any of our staff go on leave, we then collect premiums from them monthly. That a form has to be sent. There's WorkSafe BC forms, there's Desjardins, so that's a whole bunch of forms. Interview packages. In my previous role as a recruiter, I had a question bank. So just a database of questions that were relevant for different competencies. I now find myself scrambling for interviews to make sure that I have relevant questions for the competencies in the job, as opposed to being able to go to a database. So that would be something that would normally be managed by an admin assistant. Postings, shortlistings, reference checks, OHS, minute reviews, not the minutes, like the admin assistant in engineering does that, which is so fabulous. Wellness minutes and meetings, and then anything produced from that group. The admin crew talks, then to just log and prep for that. Probationary increases, so anytime anyone has a probationary increase, I'm writing a letter and then inputting it in payroll and all of the same databases that I mentioned previously. And then training, so schedules. So we have many different departments that require training throughout the year, and that falls under my OHS responsibilities to make sure that everybody is trained and up to date on that. And that's just sort of the, it gets more granular from there, but that's my admin duties in the manager HR role.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry, Chairman Toth, if I can just finish with that. I have no problem doing all of this. What I find is that what is asked and expected of this role, and what I hope for and what I write in my plan for each year, this being my second year, is it's just not being met because I'm weighed down with these pieces. So there are people that are very good at those pieces of tasks that I have just mentioned that would be really supportive. So thank you.
Thank you. Council, recognizing that we probably don't want to make a firm decision on this tonight, is there anything that you would like to see staff come back with to support decision-making going forward? Mayor Seegers.
Thank you. I think what I've heard from council is I'd like to see the staff increases that we've seen since 2014. And they'd also like to see sample information from other jurisdictions of our size and what their staffing looks like. Was there anything else that we're looking for?
I'd also like to see that you had it up on the screen for a while, which was the financial and the incremental increases, and then the yearly cost for that previous year's implement. I'd like to see that as well. Council, anything else that you'd like to see come back? I see no hands, but I do see a thumbs up. Councillor Lamb.
Just wondering if there's a comparable for what the taxes would be in, if we've got a comparable staff from a different community, comparable what the taxes would be for, you know, a $600,000 home, say, or whatever you want, but be just interesting to see that.
If that can be done.
Thank you, Director Douglas.
I also have the cost of living for the municipalities that I'll be comparing to, so I can add that to the report.
Okay, thank you. Mayor Segers?
If we're looking at the taxes, we need to be clear that it's not the whole tax, so the regional district portion as well. If it's a municipality, then what is the municipal portion that compares to our municipal portion? Because once you start adding those regional districts on, it goes all over the place, because some provide different services than others do.
Some municipalities provide different services. Some provide recreation, some provide water, some provide transit. So it can go very quickly sideways, I think, if we start trying to compare dollars to dollars within other communities. So would anybody like to make a motion? Ms. Roberts, do you want to say something before I?
Sorry, Chairman Toth. I just wanted to say, and I did create a report for you a couple of months ago, and it has a summarization of all of that. Like when there's, like Nelson has water and fire, and there's difference. You'll be able to see what utilities they have, and then it's still built out around those numbers. So they may have maybe 70 more people, but because they have hydro. So, and they'll be able to see that clearly. And since I have the floor, I just wanted to also quickly say that the role that I just mentioned, just in case I'm not able to speak to this again, is shared with the CAO. So it's rare that a CAO does not have an executive assistant or an admin, and currently our CAO is running without, almost without. And so there's report writing, research. There's a lot that is not getting done on his behalf, or is getting done on his behalf, but then he's not able to do that higher level research and work that a CAO would normally be able to do. So I'm hoping that I'll get a sliver of that role, and but the other part would certainly be welcome in the CAO role. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Council, would somebody like to make a recommendation? Mayor Segers?
All those pieces that we mentioned. So I'd ask if Jennifer actually has those.
Yes, so I have that the committee requests staff to report back on the staffing increases since 2014, provide sample information from other jurisdictions of similar size, the financial and incremental increases in yearly costs for previous year implement of these new positions. And this part, I've got municipal portion of the tax increase. That last part, you guys I don't have that.
Okay, I think it's when you look at the tax information coming from other municipalities, we want to just be clear we're talking about the same thing. You know, municipal tax versus municipal tax.
I don't think that portion has to necessarily be in the motion, as long as staff recognize what we're asking for.
Yeah. Okay. I'll make that recommendation. Yeah.
And I see a seconder from Councillor McLean there. So any other questions on that recommendation?
Mr. Director Dillon has something to say.
Oh,
yeah, I was just going to say that I'm sure Lindsay will provide that information. Just as you go through it, bear in mind that the structure, the roles that regional districts play with municipal and local governments vary from location to location. You know, for example, when I was previous to this, I was in Vernon. The city of Vernon actually looked after the drinking water infrastructure through a service agreement with the regional district there. So their numbers would be a little bit different to reflect that. So just to raise that as a point that sometimes it's not always an apples to apples comparison.
thank you. My apologies, Director Dillon. I keep missing you. I assume you're physically putting your hand up or you're just unmuting yourself, but everybody's contact card is just a little bit smaller than a business card on my screen. So I appreciate the raise hands function when people can use it. So I don't see any hands up, either virtually or anybody waving at me through their little tiny contact card. So I'll call the question. All those in favor of the motion? Okay, that's carried. Thank you very much. Was there anything else out of 5.3 that we wanted to look at or talk about at this point, Ms. Roberts?
That's everything. Thank you very much for your time.
All right, thank you. So moving on to item 5.4, 2021 estimated reserve summary. Motion to receive the report. Moved, seconded. All those in favor? All right, thank you very much. Turn this over to Director Douglas.
Thank you. I'm going to share my screen again in a moment here. Okay, so starting on page 111 of the agenda, these are pretty fresh numbers off of from the year end. There's about 3 adjustments that still have to be made here that were just late adjustments through year end. And so the next time we see this, I'll make those adjustments. So on page 111 are statutory reserves. And these ones are all under a bylaw. And these ones are collected for a specific purpose and they need to be spent on that purpose. Within page 111, I have included capital reserves. And I have option A and option B there. And option A would be not to go with a 3% increase this year. And then going to a 3% increase next year. And you can see by 2023 and 2024, we're heading into a deficit position in the reserve, or we're not doing that work that is in the current 5-year capital plan. Option B is jumping to the increase amount, increasing the capital reserve transfer by 3%. And as you can see, that the reserve doesn't have a problem in future years, other than it gets low again in 2023. And then it builds back up after that. And so that would be the continuation of the 3% for capital this year, next year, and the following number of years. I believe the original target was to fund the depreciation amount, which, you know, at 1.7 million, we're probably still almost $1 million off of the total that we're looking at by 2025. So going through, so what I've done here is anything we identified in the capital plan and the one-time only costs that would use or utilize a reserve has been entered into here to over the 5 years, just to show the effect on the balances. You can see in the first reserve, the equipment reserve, I'm starting to take that 3% next year and split it between the capital reserve and the equipment reserve, so we can start to fund the equipment from a equipment fund reserve.
Director Douglas, do you mean to still be on the capital reserve slide at this point? Sorry.
I'll just go to here.
Okay.
I can even stop sharing if we want for a few minutes. So top of page 111, I'm just starting to split the capital reserve and the equipment, the transfer to equipment reserve, so that we can migrate all our equipment purchases to the equipment reserve. And you'll see how it goes up over the years, starting at 80 grand to 100 to 185, and then funds purchases in the future. You'll see that the last reserve on the page, the community works reserve, is very active reserve with money coming in and money going out. So that reserve is well used. If we stay, where if we try to stay with the plan that we have right now, we're starting to overuse the Community Works Reserve by 2024. So at that point in time, I'd be looking for likely the capital reserve funds to fund. So we'd be splitting the funding between two different areas. And, you know, under option B, it would work that the capital reserve could cover $87,000, but under option A, it wouldn't. We wouldn't be able to do that. We'd have to probably cut a project. Then on page one, starting on page 112 and page 1 and going on to 113, these are non-statutory reserves. So this is basically somebody along the line, often councils involved, made decisions to accumulate surplus in several accounts. And in our case, we have 17 different accounts that we accumulate surplus in. And some of them are you know, a good number of them are, I can understand the reason why. So if you look under so the airport reserve, that's a new reserve that we've started. And basically what we enter there is the surplus out of the airport operations. So we accumulate money there to go to a worthwhile project down the road. And if the airport were to have a deficit, we probably wouldn't draw money out of the reserve. We would have to fund that from taxation. So likewise on page 113, we have one called the Porpoise Bay Government Wharf Reserve. And we also enter revenues over expenses into that reserve as well. However, the next one, I'm not sure what it was created for. And it's under a similar name, Porpoise Bay Improvements. So I don't know if it's like beach improvements or for the wharf, or, you know, there's no, you know, I'm not quite sure what we're accumulating those funds for. The Public Safety Reserve, another reserve that we usually make contributions every year, and this is the difference between what the RCMP costs are and what we budgeted. Often the RCMP are running short, and so we transfer at the year end an amount that the revenue over the budgeted costs over the actual costs. Most of the other reserves don't often get money put into them. The fee equalization reserve at the top of page 113 is another one that there's a little bit of activity on there. If we have a good year, we do transfer the net revenue over expenses from three areas: planning, engineering, and building inspection. We transfer money in here, and then when we have not a great year, we transfer money out to help support those operations without having to tax further. So so those are really the active reserves that we have, fairly active reserves, although there's balances in all of them. We have plans to utilize some of those reserves this year. or some of those surplus accounts this year. And yeah. So on page 114 is the sewer. Oh, sorry. This continues with the non-statutory reserves. And the solid waste reserve is another reserve where we've been capturing the revenue over expense and putting it into this reserve. And we're going to start to draw this down as we increase our services in the solid waste area. So you can see we're looking at bringing out 183,000 in 2021 to support the increase in service level, and that which is the collecting of organics, recycling, and garbage pickup that will happen later in the year.
Just before you carry on into, I guess, attachment 2, sewer and then DCC.
Yeah.
I do see a couple hands up already. So
All right.
speakers.
Okay, so first of all, statutory reserve, non-statutory reserve. So
Yeah.
statutory reserve, is there a bylaw that says this much money needs to go in each year, or this is what the money gets used for?
Correct.
Okay. Okay, so in here, I noticed Parkland Acquisition Reserve. So, I mean, I'm not saying we do this, but what if we said, okay, you know what, we have developers provide us with, you know, parkland, so we're not going to ever use this. Could we actually get rid of it? Is there a way to do that, or?
Yes, there is a way to do that through the community charter, that if you determine that a reserve is not required anymore, that and you can prove it and all that, then you can move those funds out, close the reserve. And now that one there, though, I believe that's the 4% that we collect from developers. So that one you couldn't do it to.
Good evening, Director Allen.
Is it DCCs or that we collect, or is it Parkland Acquisition
This is
money
the
that we
five,
get?
this is the in lieu of money, I suspect. Director Allen has appeared in
Yeah.
himself.
Thank you, Chair Toth. And I have in fact been here the whole time. So developers, yes, they can and do give us land as park dedication. In some cases where land is not warranted or we don't favor it in that location, we take money in lieu of based on an appraised value of the site. So it's nice to have the flexibility for both. And both the development cost charge bylaw as well as the official community plan identify areas where we should acquire new land in the future. So I would advocate that it's important to build this fund up to have that reserve fund available too. Even if it's not the full price, at least offset the cost of acquiring a piece of land.
Okay. So that's fine. I mean, I think we both answered both questions. Like, can we get rid of them? Yes, we can, if we're not going to use them. And in this case, this actually has a valid reason. That's good.
Yeah.
If following on the initial conversation, if we decide one of these statutory reserves, we don't want to do this anymore, what happens to the money that's in it? Where does it go?
Well, council would make that direction through motion.
Okay.
To transfer to another reserve or to another spot.
Okay. So I'll defer to Councillor McLean and then I have other questions.
All right, Councillor McLean.
By happenstance, I have a very similar vein of questions or comments. We have several non-statutory reserves which have a general purpose but don't have the requirements quite as a statutory reserve. So given the COVID situation, I think we should be exploring all of our funding options for all of our projects. And I would like to see us try and use these reserve funds wherever possible. So a couple reserve funds that I can see us utilizing this year: airport reserve, building reserve, community crime programming, Rockwood, CARIP, downtown revitalization. These are projects that we are undertaking in the next year that could be funded by reserves. So I think downtown revitalization is a good example. We have Wharf Avenue improvements. That's downtown improvements right there. That is, without knowing the exact circumstances of what that bylaw was created for, I think it's perfect. And we could possibly pull some gas tax money away from that project and replace it with the downtown revitalization fund. So just giving us more options and cleaning up some of these reserve balances that we don't really have a great idea of why they're there. So to that extent, I'd like to make a motion that staff explore options for spending and closing non-statutory reserves where possible.
Just blanket wholesale, look at the entire list of non-statutory reserves.
Yep.
Okay.
I'll take staff's guidance on where they see good fits. But I just like to explore trying to close out some of these and spend these funds on all the projects we have going on.
Yeah, there's a number of them here that you look at and you go, where did this come from in the first place? So I hear your motion. I'll look for a seconder for it. Seconded. Okay. Mayor Seegers, did you want to speak to that?
Oh, no, I agree with Councilor McLean. I mean, on the first one, we've got a statutory reserve that is, hang on, back to that page. Municipal Wharf. There's a statutory reserve for a municipal wharf, but then there's also a non-statutory reserve for Porpoise Bay Government Wharf Reserve and a Porpoise Bay Improvement Reserve and a Trail Bay Reserve, Trail Bay Wharf Reserve. So why do we need, what is it, 4 different reserves for our wharfs? So, are we going to spend all this money? Not necessarily, but I think what we're saying to staff is like, streamline this.
If we've got one statutory reserve, why, can we put the non-statutory reserve monies into that reserve?
Or spend it somewhere else for other, projects that we have coming forward. I totally get it.
Director Douglas, I saw your hand.
Yeah, I was going to just say that you don't have to spend the money. You can choose to move the money out and close a reserve account, and place it somewhere else as well. So although I understand the direction, you don't have to spend it to close it. You could just move it out.
Councillor McLean.
So just to be clear, the intent of my motion is to spend it to close it. To the best of staff's ability, spend it for what it was intended for. It was not what Mayor Seegers mentioned in just trying to close it and streamline it. So if you'd like that, you can amend or make another motion. This is to spend what we believe it was intended for, if there's a project that aligns. Airport. It's only $17,000, but let's put that to our airport project. That seems simple enough to me.
Director Douglas.
So that was the first contribution we made this year. $17,000. And we know we have other work that needs to be done up there. So I wouldn't recommend that one to go to the
and that's why I want staff to come up with that list.
Okay. So you're specifically looking, Councillor McLean, you're specifically looking at the spend and close option?
Yes.
Okay. Where applicable. Mayor Seegers?
Is that up to staff to recommend that? Is that what the motion says? Okay, I'm okay with that.
Yep.
Because they may come back and say, yeah, we should close this one, but we don't want to spend the money, put it somewhere else. And that's okay. They'll make recommendations back to us. I'm okay with that.
Well, then here, let me add on an amendment that staff, to spend and close or to combine reserve accounts where appropriate. Anybody willing to second my amendment?
I'll second the amendment.
All right, thank you. Councillor McLean, I see your hand up. Is that to my amendment? Okay. Anybody wanting to speak to my amendment? All right, then I'll call the question. All those in favor? Okay, that's carried. Thank you very much. So we have an amended motion. Councillor McLean, did you want to speak to the amended motion one more time before I call the question on it? No. And I don't see any other hands up, so I will call the question on the amended motion. All those in favor? And that's carried. Thank you very much. Okay. Any other questions on that section of the reserves before we carry on into sewer? Mayor Seegers.
Thank you. The last one on the statutory reserves, Community Works Fund Reserve, is this gas tax fund?
Yes.
That's the name for it, right? Community Works Fund Reserve.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, cool. Yeah, I mean, the rest of, I have questions on a lot of the non-statutory ones, but if you're going to be looking at that, you'll come back with information about those, because some of these I have no idea why they're doing what they're doing.
Question for Director Douglas, which you may not have the answer to now, and I can look it up in my own time probably. Do we know when the gas tax or the Community Works Fund agreement is supposed to expire? Is it 2025, 2026?
Yeah, it is. It's out a few years. You know, they redid it 2-3 years ago, I think, maybe 4. And it was for quite a term out.
Okay. So we show contributions going into at least 2025. So hopefully there will at least be funding in that program to at least 2025.
Hopefully.
Yeah, I guess the question will be if the program is being renewed or canceled in 2025 or 2026, will we start to show that in our 5-year projections until we know that agreement has been renewed? Or would you continue to project it?
If I had a sense that it was going to continue, I would keep it. And if I had heard through, my channels that they were looking at reducing it or eliminating it, then I would take it away. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Sorry.
Yep, Mayor Seegers.
Yeah, one more comment. And I know our Director of Financial Services is aware of this, is that the RCMP contract actually expired, what, in 2019? Something like that. And so there have been no increases in salaries since then. And we do know that at some point in the future, once they get things resolved, they will be coming to us with an ask for back pay. Okay.
So we have been on top of that. And we do have the, let me get the right name for this. The
Public Safety Reserve?
Public Safety Reserve. We have to maintain a balance of at least 248,000 in there to take care of our known liabilities at this point. So if I were to, make a recommendation that drop that number to below 248, I would then have to split the funding to make sure this stayed at 248 at this point.
Okay.
So maybe I didn't give you the right name, because that one doesn't have 250,000 in it.
Public Safety has right now it has just over $1 million.
Right.
And so at the end of this year, it's estimated to be at 616,000. So we're good.
Okay, 250,000.
Correct.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. If I just can't, my zero on that account is 250,000.
And that liability increases each year, I believe, right?
Yes.
So next year it might be $275,000.
Yes, we're keeping our eyes on that very closely.
Okay. I've got one question. Do you happen to have opening reserve balances for 2020 at hand? I've just got a couple numbers that I was wondering if you knew.
I don't have them at hand right now, no.
Okay. I can follow up with you by email. I was just wondering where we were at with the general surplus going into 2020 and the community crime programming reserve and the development fee equalization reserve. Those ones specifically, but We can follow up by email later. So,
Yeah, okay.
any other questions in that section before we move on to sewer and DCCs? I see no hands. All right, go ahead, Director Douglas.
Okay, on page 115 of the agenda package, we have the sewer reserves. And as far as I know, none of those are statutory. Oh, the sewer capital's got to be statutory. And so we have 5 listed there, and the activities we talked about today are withdrawals within the reserves, and we have the septage reserve there, and the we call the sewer maintenance reserve, but it's our capital reserve for the sewer fund. So once again, the sewer capital reserve is you know, it's very low or almost non-existent. And so, you know, we talk about, you know, we're looking at a potential, say, 23% increase here, but that still doesn't improve our position within this reserve area. I mean, we are really, you know, we're in the sewer system. It is, you know, so it's quite tight, and we seem to spend everything we get every year for on things we need to do, right? So we just need to keep that in mind, that at some point we need to focus on having additional funds for projects. If we have one line break, we would, you know, we would be having to maybe borrow for that. So that's just a conversation we should be having at some point.
Quick question with the sewer then. When we look at the sewer surplus, the very first one on that list,
Yes.
I assume that's operating?
Yes.
Okay. Do we transfer it at any point from that operating surplus into the capital reserve? Or do we have sort of any ways in which we spend that operating reserve?
Well, we do, we can motion it, but once again, this is I classify your accumulated surplus as an emergency reserve. So let's just say this got up to 750,000. Then I would say I would make a recommendation to council that if we have another surplus this year in sewer, that those monies go into the capital reserve, not into accumulated surplus.
Okay.
But we need to have a base amount in this reserve before we start moving it to a reserve, right? We need to have a good base amount in sewer surplus just to capture an emergency if we have one, right? And so as a corporation, I'm not so sure we've determined that yet, but you know, to me, you know, for the amount of assets that we have in the sewer fund, you're looking at between 750 and $1 million that you should have in accumulated surplus.
Right.
And then you can start moving the money out to a reserve if that's what you wanted to do.
Mayor Segers?
Yeah, the last one on the page, sewer reserve for committed expenditures. Opening balance 137,000.
Yeah.
And we're spending pretty much all that, leaving 83 cents in there.
Yeah. So that's kind of the way we move things over the year end.
Oh, okay.
That's what we call a carry forward operational projects or operational. So let's say we budgeted last year to do a specific report on sewer, and we didn't either get it done or we didn't start it, then we use this reserve to carry it over the year end and refund it for the next year.
Okay.
Right.
Thank you.
And the last sheet on page 116 are DCCs. We talked earlier about wanting to know what the numbers were there. And so we have our opening balances there at the top of each column for each area. And then the intended balance at the end of the year.
And obviously, we're not intending to draw down our DCCs into negative balances.
No. The other thing that you should note here is because DCCs are such a variable revenue, I have not put additions into any of these. So we don't really know what we're going to get next year. You know, we think we have a ballpark, but we already know one of those projects are delayed now. And so we don't know if we're going to get those DCCs next year. So yes, you're right. We're not going to draw these down into a negative balance for sure. So, you know, anything that does show negative, we're going to have to look at the project and look at the funding source and look at the priority to see if that's what we are going to, you know, try and do or not. But
Councillor McLean.
Yeah, I recognize what Director Douglas just said about it being very hard to predict DCCs. I'd really like to see us give us a shot. DCCs are related to the number of units that we build. We can assume a certain percentage growth, and that will give us a little bit of an estimate of where we're heading over 5 years. I'm kind of thinking on the longer term planning here. Because the big question is, are our DCC fees enough? And I understand we want to look at the DCC bylaw, but I think that's something that should be reflected in the budget. If they're not enough, we can reflect that and scale from there.
Well, and a follow-up to that, though, is that when you look at projecting, we might be seeing 2% growth, but if it's all out in the rural areas, the sewer DCCs are going to be 0 for the year. You know, if they're outside the sewer specified area. You know, if they're multifamily, if it's, you know, 2 apartment buildings that cover off our growth for the year, those DCCs are going to look a lot different than if they were single family dwellings in West Sechelt. I like the idea of trying to predict something, because it looks like we're going to get nothing to 2025. And certainly that's not going to be the case. Director Douglas?
So our net increase in DCCs this year was $73,000. That's not going to make a difference in any of these DCCs. You know, the sewer DCCs we collected this year was $11,000. Drainage was $41,000. And so, you know, we know they, you know, we're very close to some development here, but it's pausing. You know, we're very close.
Yep. Mayor Seegers.
Thank you. Was there talk of actually redoing our DCC bylaw?
Yes.
Right, because our DCC bylaw actually determines what we collect from the developers. We can't just raise it because we say we want to raise it.
No.
It actually has to be tied to projects.
Yep. And if, you know, say we've done a few of the projects, we can remove them and add new projects if it makes sense in the areas. Yes.
Okay. Any other questions on these last couple of pages of the reserve balances, or of any of the reserve balances if you missed anything earlier? I see no hands. And this was received for information. And yeah, I see no hands. So that, Mayor Seegers, I see you've unmuted yourself.
I just want to say thank you to staff for hanging in there with us. I mean, I know this has been a long afternoon, and I think we as council, we're just looking, we want to get through this because we know that there's a lot of deliberation that needs to happen, and we wanted to have the whole picture. So thank you for all the work. Thank you, Director Douglas, for what you've done, and the rest of staff for being here and hanging with us. Now the more hard work comes on our part.
Indeed. And yes, thank you for everybody for holding in for this long of a meeting. I think this is the first time we've had a break during a committee of the whole meeting. You know, with the regional district, we take a break every about hour. So we have nothing else on our agenda. Director Douglas, I see you are unmuted. Did you want to say anything before I call for adjournment?
Nope, I don't think so. I have, we are plans for a meeting next week. So we're gonna try and start pulling everything together and getting it back in front of council for decisions.
Okay, thank you. Then I will look for a motion to adjourn. Moved, seconded, all those in favor?